Chapter 1307. In the Deep Blue World, some experts attacked the void passage that appeared, causing the void passage to become even more unstable. As the void passage shook, a terrifying storm wreaked havoc. This void passage needed stability the most. If it wasn't stable enough, it might cause the void passage to collapse. Outside the Deep Blue World, the Sacred Rank experts all had serious expressions. They were using all their strength to maintain the stability of the passage. They were trying their best to buy time for their juniors to enter the Deep Blue World. The Deep Blue World's defensive power was very strong. The energy sword was constantly being opened, and as it moved forward, it rapidly shrank. By the time the void passage was completely opened, the energy sword was already half consumed. The void passage's opening was naturally blocked by the Deep Blue World's defensive power. All sorts of fluctuations were discovered by the native experts of the Deep Blue World, and they attacked the void passage. Storms were everywhere. Many Nirvana Realm experts were drawn into the storm and were crazily killed. The Nirvana Realm experts wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. They all used up their strength to resist. Once their strength was exhausted, they would be killed by the storm. Seeing their fellow clansmen being killed by the storm, they couldn't help but feel nervous and even frightened. Chu Mu was also drawn into a storm. He quickly mobilized the divine wilderness sword energy around his body to resist the storm. At the same time, he took out the heaven beheading sword and attacked the storm. The storm was very powerful. The divine wilderness sword energy's defensive power was shattered. Chu Mu's sword also slashed a hole in the storm. With a burst of strength, he quickly drilled out of the hole. Basically, those who were drawn into the storm and died were swordsmen with lower cultivation. After the energy sword opened up the passage, it was only a few hundred meters long. When it rushed out of the passage, it suddenly exploded and turned into countless sharp sword chi. It shot out in all directions, as if it had pierced through the void of the Deep Blue World. It covered a radius of a few 100,000 meters. Dodge. The Deep Blue World's experts' faces changed. The power of the sword chi made them feel the threat of death. The native experts of the Deep Blue World all retreated. They had no choice. Although they weren't weak, they were considered weak among the sacred ranks. The main reason was that this place was located at the edge of the Deep Blue World. They were closer to this place and had arrived early. The stronger experts would still need some time to arrive. At that moment, many figures rushed out of the void tunnel. They all took out a piece of jade and crushed it. A surge of energy wrapped around their bodies, increasing their speed by 10 times. In an instant, they shot out in all directions, leaving the void tunnel. Before they came, they had already made the necessary preparations. Every Nirvana Realm swordsman had obtained a piece of speed jade. After crushing it, they would obtain the power of speed, allowing them to erupt with 10 times their original speed. It was just right for this moment. Kill them all. Don't let them escape. A native expert noticed the situation and immediately roared. Many experts scattered and chased after him. In the eyes of the natives of the Deep Blue World, outsiders were demons from beyond the heavens. In the end, the sword chi dissipated and the void passage was attacked again. This time, the attack was even more intense than before. The void passageway shook violently and the storm grew stronger. At this moment, only the majority of the people had rushed out of the void passageway, and a small number of them were still inside. The void passageway trembled incessantly, and the fluctuations seemed to be on the verge of destruction. The storms became denser and more tyrannical, and countless streams of energy shot out in all directions. Let's go! Everyone's expression changed drastically as they quickly crushed the speed jade. The power of speed wrapped around their bodies, increasing their speed by 10 times. They quickly rushed out of the void passage. The speed jade was a one-time use secret treasure. It was one of the strategic reserves of the Heavenly Sword Hull. It could increase the speed of a Nirvana realm cultivator by 10 times. It was worth a few $100,000. The function of this one-time use secret treasure was to allow everyone to use it after they rushed out of the void passage. It would increase their speed and allow them to quickly escape the pursuit that might appear. After that, they would have to integrate into the deep blue world. After that, they would have to use their own ability to find the location of the world spirit. After that, they would have to come into contact with it and obtain the recognition of the world spirit. Now that the void passage was trembling as if it was about to be destroyed, they had no choice but to use the speed jade. With their speed increased by 10 times, they immediately rushed towards the exit of the void passage. However, the exit of the void passage was constantly shrinking, and there were terrifying energy rays at the edge. Some of the swordsmen were still hit and were instantly torn apart. Chu-Mu also had no choice but to take out the speed jade. After crushing the speed jade, a mysterious power wrapped around his body. His speed suddenly increased by 10 times. He controlled his body and rushed towards the void passage. After narrowly avoiding an energy ray, Chu-Mu was covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, countless lights appeared in front of him. He rushed out of the void passage. While the power of the speed jade was still there, Chu-Mu quickly chose a direction and flew at full speed. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of streaks of light shooting in all directions like meteors. At this time, it was impossible to form an effective organization. They could only try their best to escape and slowly integrate into this world. Hundreds of thousands of Nirvana realm swordsmen were scattered in the deep blue world. They were like a school of sardines in the vast ocean. It was hard to find them. Suddenly, Chu-Mu, who was flying at high speed, felt his body tremble. An indescribable chill quickly spread throughout his body. Immediately after, a terrifying killing intent pierced through the air and landed on Chu-Mu's body like maggots. This caused Chu-Mu's heart to explode with a sense of crisis. He once again exploded with speed. "Outer heaven demon, don't run." A cold and stiff voice came from afar. It was very sharp. Chu-Mu could understand it because this language was similar to the human language. It was just that there was some accent, so it sounded a little strange. Hearing this voice, Chu-Mu suddenly felt a little relieved. At least the language of the deep blue world was similar to that of the outside world. It would be easier for him to integrate into this world and complete his mission. However, before that, he still had to shake off the pursuit. The aura emitted by the pursuer let Chu-Mu know that it wasn't something he could fight against. That's right, the pursuer of Chu-Mu was a Saint Realm expert. Although he was only a low-level Saint Realm expert, his strength was countless times stronger than Chu-Mu. There was no comparison between the two. "Die, outer space demon!" The cold and harsh voice rang out once again as it drew closer. Then the saint-level expert, who was chasing after Chu-Mu, fought in the air. Purple aura spread wildly and turned into a purple flame that was filled with demonic chi, wanting to burn everything into ashes. The purple flame, which was filled with a destructive aura, was like a purple meteor. As it burned fiercely, it dragged a long flame tail and bombarded Chu-Mu. The aura of death caused Chu-Mu to be inexplicably horrified. He felt that even his soul was trembling, as if he were hit, his body and soul would be destroyed under the purple flames, turning into nothingness. Chu-Mu wanted to dodge, but the purple flame had locked onto him. It was extremely fast and was not any slower than him, so there was no way for him to dodge. At the critical moment, Chu-Mu remembered that he still had a trump card, the last strand of Heavenly Wasteland Sword Chi. Back then, the second palace master of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace had left 3 for him. He had already used 2 of them, and the last one was about to be used up. Without any emotion or hesitation, Chu-Mu immediately activated the last strand of Heavenly Wasteland Sword Chi. The Heavenly Wasteland Sword Chi appeared and enveloped Chu-Mu. Then, the purple flame bombarded the Heavenly Wasteland Sword Chi. This strand of Heavenly Wasteland Sword Chi was able to withstand a full blow from a low-level Saint Realm expert. The purple flame instantly collided with the heavenly wasteland sword Chi and exploded. Although Chu Mu was not injured, under the impact of the powerful collision and explosion, his speed once again increased by several times, and he flew into the distance like a meteorite. The big explosion blocked the view of the pursuers, and the energy shock wave exploded. The tyrannical power was so strong that even a low-level Saint Realm expert did not dare to underestimate it. He hurriedly used his power to disperse the energy shock wave, and his speed once again exploded as he chased after Yi Qingyu. No matter what, he would not let this otherworldly demon escape from under his nose. The experts behind him continued to chase after him. Chu Mu knew that with his speed, it was impossible for him to escape. Even if he used other life-saving trump cards, he would only be able to hold on for a while. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He immediately activated the power of the rules of space with all his strength, regardless of the cost. He used all his strength to display the advanced, unique skill, the Void Nirvana Sword. As if sensing Chu Mu's anxiety at this moment, and realizing that Chu Mu was in danger at this moment, the void-breaking secret manual suddenly trembled. It shone brightly and buzzed. A tyrannical, void-breaking power surged out of Chu Mu's mind and into the heaven-beheading sword in Chu Mu's hand. Under the powerful, void-breaking power, Chu Mu swung his sword. Advanced unique skill, the Void Nirvana Sword. The Void Nirvana Sword that was infused with the void-breaking power was several times stronger. Under the sword, the void in front of Chu Mu was directly split open. It was as if a huge beast had opened its mouth. A pitch-black crack appeared before Chu Mu's eyes. A terrifying suction force surged out, and all the auras at the edge were sucked in. The pitch-black crack seemed to contain a great terror and danger. Chu Mu only took one look, and he felt a chill. Clenching his teeth, he had no choice but to take the risk. Without stopping, he charged into the pitch-black crack. The crack was also rapidly closing. The experts chasing after him were enraged. They attacked again, and purple flames bombarded over. With a boom, the pitch-black crack closed, and only a trace of purple entered. Damned otherworldly demon! The expert chasing after him was incomparably enraged. He released a terrifying purple flame, burning everything around him. It took him a while to calm down. Otherworldly demons will definitely die after entering the spatial crack. Indeed, even with his strength, if he rashly entered the spatial crack without proper preparation, he would most likely die. With a boom, the expert turned into a purple light and rapidly left. He headed towards the spatial tunnel, chasing after the other swordsman. This scene was constantly playing out in the other spatial tunnels. Many of the foreign races that entered the deep blue world from the outside world were also fleeing for their lives. Chapter 1308. The deep blue world was a complete and independent world. It had a vast territory and rich resources. It also had various natural or man-made secret realms and spiritual lands. At this moment, inside a spiritual land, the peace was broken. The void seemed to have been cut by an invisible sharp blade, silently splitting open. The darkness emitted a shocking chill, as if it could devour everything and turn everything into nothingness. If the dark crack expanded, it was very likely that it would destroy this spiritual land. Fortunately, the dark crack was only a meter long, so it was unable to pose a threat to the spiritual land. The dark crack was like the mouth of a giant beast that had eaten something unpleasant. It fiercely spat forward, and a black shadow was spat out, falling like a meteorite. With a bang, the black shadow smashed a hole in the ground of the spiritual land, and it was embedded in the hole. The dark crack quickly closed, leaving behind only a terrifying spatial energy fluctuation that did not dissipate for a long time. That black shadow was like a lump of charcoal, silent and unmoving. After a long time passed. The black shadow moved a little, and the black color on its body peeled off. His body which was brimming with life force, constantly healed itself. The origin of wood in his heart constantly radiated powerful life force, replenishing the life force that his body had consumed, allowing his severely damaged body to rapidly recover. This black shadow was Chu Mu, who had been forced to escape into the spatial crack after a narrow escape. He was being chased by the indigenous experts of the deep blue world. He had used the last of the heavenly desolation sword Qi to block the powerful attack of the expert who was chasing him. He knew that it would be difficult to escape, so he broke through the void and escaped into the crack. Although he knew that it was full of danger, there was always a glimmer of hope. Speaking of which, other than the last of the heavenly desolation sword Qi, Chu Mu also had some other trump cards. They were the life-saving trump cards that the Heavenly Sword Hall had given him before he set off. Its function was more for defense. Hundreds of thousands of Nirvana Realm swordsmen, it could be said that each of them had their own life-saving trump cards. The difference was in how strong they were. As one of the Shensis of the Heavenly Sword Hall, the Heavenly Sword Hall would naturally give Chu Mu a life-saving trump card. However, these life-saving trump cards all had a limit, just like the infinite desolation sword Qi. The one chasing after Chu Mu was a low-level martial saint expert, who was able to offset the power of the heavenly wasteland sword Qi with one strike. Even if Chu Mu used other life-saving trump cards, he would only be able to buy some time, and would eventually be caught up. This was why Chu Mu risked his life and entered the crack in space. The native powerhouse who was chasing after him knew that if he didn't make sufficient preparations, he would most likely die even if he entered the space crack, let alone an otherworldly demon whose strength was far inferior to his. However, he hadn't expected that Chu Mu would have so many life-saving cards. It was these life-saving cards that had allowed Chu Mu to survive the turbulent flow of the space crack, but at the cost of being severely injured. It had to be said that the turbulent flow of the space crack was too terrifying. Compared to the power of the rules of space at the later stage of the subtle realm, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. They were not on the same level at all. After using up all his life-saving trump cards, the treasured robe and inner armor on his body were all shattered, but his strong body resisted the turbulent flow of the space crack. The origin of the wood aspect and the vitality contained in his body also played a great role. It was precisely because of this that Chu Mu was able to withstand the terrifying power of the turbulent flow of the space crack. His severely injured body rapidly healed itself. Fortunately, during the Supreme Seat Challenge, when Chu Mu broke through to the second sky of Nirvana Realm, there was a strange phenomenon of starlight tide, which caused his flesh and blood to be filled with vitality. When he broke through to the third sky of Nirvana Realm, the vitality contained in his flesh and blood was further enhanced, causing Chu Mu's body to have an amazing self-healing ability. With his amazing self-healing ability and the vitality of the wood aspect, Chu Mu's injuries quickly healed. His whole body moved, and the black spots on his body fell off, revealing his skin that was as fluorescent as snow, with a layer of brilliant light. Jumping out of the hole, Chu Mu let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, when he was about to take out his clothes and put them on, he found that his space ring was gone. Back to the beginning in one night. Chu Mu was startled at first, then said with a wry smile, even though Chu Mu was helpless, he had no other choice. The turbulent flow of the space crack was too terrifying. It was good enough that he could keep his life. As for the space ring, it was most likely destroyed by the turbulent flow. Everything in the space ring had been crushed by the turbulent flow and turned into nothingness. Thinking of this, Chu Mu was shocked. He quickly sensed the portable space. After carefully sensing, he finally got in touch with the portable space again. Everything inside was intact. The crystal coffin was still in the portable space. Unfortunately, Chu Mu had stored a large number of raw core ores and elixirs in the space ring. Now all of them were gone. The second level of the star calamity can be used to create a star armor with the power of the stars. Let's try it. Thinking to himself, Chu Mu stood still and tried to communicate with the power of the stars. However, he did not feel anything, as if he was isolated. Helpless, Chu Mu could only drive his physical strength and force out strands of starlight to temporarily construct a set of star armor to wear. He was not an exhibitionist. Cultivating the star calamity and absorbing the power of the stars would bring a part of it with him. This star armor was just a relatively ordinary piece of clothing. He could only wait until he could feel the power of the stars and then absorb it to strengthen it and become a treasure armor. The star armor was made up of energy, and it was unusually comfortable to wear. Calming down, Chu Mu carefully observed his surroundings, carefully feeling the fluctuations of the aura around him. The aura of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth is so dense, but I can't feel any fluctuations of the power of the heavens and earth. His face was filled with surprise. His mind spun rapidly, and he preliminarily determined that this was a place similar to the 5 elements sword sex 5 elements mystery realm. This was because Chu Mu still remembered that when he rushed out of the void passage, although he was chased and wanted to escape, he could still feel the various aura fluctuations in the air of the deep blue world. It was similar to the ancient god world, and definitely not just the 5 elements. Therefore, Chu Mu speculated that he had rushed out of the space crack and entered a place similar to the 5 elements mystery realm. Taking a breath, he could clearly feel the fluctuations of the power of the 5 elements. After sizing up, Chu Mu could clearly see where he was. There was a 5-colored barrier in the sky, and in the middle was a 3-story tower. There were 5 sides, and he could not find the entrance. On each side of the first floor, there was a small circular hole about the size of a fist. Each hole had a different color, and they were gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Could it be that they correspond to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Chu Mu guessed. Other than the 3-story tower in the middle, there were 5 small paths that led to 5 different places. Chu Mu did a quick check and realized that the aura fluctuations emitted from the 5 small paths were completely different, but they corresponded to the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This situation made Chu Mu even more curious. Logically speaking, I obtained the number 1 position on the Heaven Youth Leaderboard and received the blessing of the Heaven Youth Leaderboard. Although the effect is not as obvious as my own luck, it should still be of some help. The factor of having a slim chance of survival shouldn't be too big. Then at this place, as if he had figured something out, Chu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. His appearance here might be random, or it might be the blessing of the Heaven Youth Leaderboard's huge blessing. If it was the blessing of the Heaven Youth Leaderboard's huge blessing, this place would definitely be a treasure ground. Through observation, Chu Mu was 70% convinced. Could it be that there would be good fortune after surviving a great disaster? This place would be the starting point for him to integrate into the deep blue world. After thinking about it, Chu Mu chose one of the small paths and walked over. He wanted to further confirm and find a way to leave this place. At the edge of the small path, there wasn't a single blade of grass. Pieces of rocks were pointed to the sky like swords, emitting a sharp aura that was extremely shocking. The further he walked, the more he could feel the sharp aura filling the air, as if it had replaced the air. The small path wasn't long, only a few thousand meters long. At the end of the small path, there was a golden land. The rocks were golden, and the mountain walls were golden as well. Under the mountain wall, there was a golden figure standing. That golden figure wasn't human, nor was it from any race that Chu Mu had seen before. Its entire body was made of metal, as if it was a puppet made of metal. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a praying mantis, but its arms were swords instead of scimitars. Its entire body emitted a shocking aura of sharpness, as if any part of its body could cut through anything. Chu Mu's arrival seemed to have awakened the other party. It opened its eyes and a golden aura shot out, causing Chu-Mu to feel a piercing pain in his eyes. His expression couldn't help but turn solemn, gently holding the heaven-slashing sword in his hand. Chu-Mu squinted his eyes and stared at the other party. His mind spun rapidly, and he finally confirmed that this fellow must be a special spiritual beast of the metal elemental treasured land, of the 5 elemental treasured land. For the time being, he would call it the metal elemental spiritual beast. The metal elemental spiritual beast's body emitted a cold aura. It moved and instantly turned into a golden light. Like a golden lightning bolt, it swept towards Chu-Mu. The 2 swords drew a straight line in the air, as if it was going to cut the space apart. Simple, violent, and direct. There wasn't the slightest bit of fanciness. The killing intent was awe-inspiring, as if it was born to kill. Facing a fatal blow, Chu-Mu inexplicably became excited. It was the excitement of encountering a powerful opponent, causing his blood to boil. The heaven-slashing sword was raised, and a melodious sword cry rang out. Sword light shone brightly as it slashed out. The metal elemental spiritual beast was a powerful opponent, so Chu-Mu had to take it seriously. Chu-Mu discovered that in this place, other than the 5 elemental spiritual beast, the other 4 elemental spiritual beasts were suppressed. They couldn't display much strength. Moreover, in this place, other than the metal elemental spiritual beast, the other 4 elemental spiritual beasts were also suppressed. In other words, Chu-Mu could only use the metal elemental power of the 5 elements to fight against metal elemental spirit beasts. Using the metal elemental spiritual beast, using metal against metal, using sword skills to fight. It was as if this was a test of the challenger's attainment in the metal elemental spiritual beast. Chu-Mu had never been afraid of a challenge. An intense battle began, but no one else knew about it. At this time in the outside world, a storm was set off to find and kill the outer space demon. Chapter 1309. The Deep Blue World was an independent and complete world. Once the world's protective barrier was broken, outsiders would enter. No matter what their goal was, in the eyes of the native experts of the Deep Blue World, they were invaders. Therefore, they were all labeled as extraterrestrial demons. 100 races, including the human race, opened up 100 void passageways. There were some in front and some in the back. There were also more and fewer people. There were those with more people, like the underworld god race, which had close to 1 million people. There were those with fewer people, which was the lowest ranked race, which only had tens of thousands of people. However, it was hard to say the conditions to obtain the recognition of the world spirit. Theoretically, anyone could do it. Unfortunately, the races that were slower to open up the void passageways were attacked by the native experts of the Deep Blue World. The void passageways collapsed, and tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of geniuses were buried in the void passageways. They were deader than dead. Some of the foreign races that were lucky enough to enter the Deep Blue World through the void passageways were also hunted down by the native experts of the Deep Blue World. Almost all of them were wiped out. In short, the races that opened up the void passageways first had the advantage, because the native experts of the Deep Blue World only reacted at that time and took corresponding measures. Nirvana realm experts weren't strong enough. If it was a sacred rank expert, not only would they be able to pass through the void passageway safely, they would also be able to fight with the native experts of the Deep Blue World. They would form an alliance and be able to take root in the Deep Blue World. Step by step, they would be able to occupy the Deep Blue World. This time, a portion of the hundreds of thousands of human swordsmen died in the void passageways. A portion of them died under the pursuit of the native experts of the Deep Blue World. The other races also suffered significant losses. The Deep Blue World's experts jointly issued the evil demon hunting order. Hunting down the extraterrestrial demons would result in rewards. However, Chu-Mu didn't know about any of this. The metal law can be used like this. The intense battle with the metal elemental spirit beast broadened Chu-Mu's horizons. He realized that the application of the metal law could be more meticulous and flexible. Simply put, the battle techniques displayed by the metal elemental spirit beast couldn't be compared to Chu-Mu. However, its application of the metal law was more exquisite than Chu-Mu's. It was worth learning from Chu-Mu. Fighting with the metal elemental spirit beast was also a cultivation of the metal law. Thank you, but you still have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky sword slashed out. The sword light transformed into a strand of golden light that flashed through the sky like a bolt of lightning. It was incomparably fast and extremely sharp. It sliced open space and left behind a golden streak as it pierced through the head of the metal element spirit beast. With a flick of his wrist, swoosh, 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 the golden sword light slashed madly, incomparably sharp. The bodies of the metal element spirit beasts were cut into pieces by the countless sword light and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light shone brightly. It turned out that the inside of the metal element spiritual beast's disintegrated body was shining with golden light. It was a golden bead the size of a fist. Golden light was constantly being emitted from the golden bead. Chu-Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden bead. He could feel the sharpness contained within it. It was the fluctuation of the pure power of metal. Golden Spirit Pearl. This was the name of the golden bead in Chu-Mu's hand. Keeping the golden spirit pearl in his portable mini-space, Chu-Mu looked around. He did not find anything else and turned to leave. The Jupiter spirit beast in the wood elemental land was actually a 5-meter-tall tree that grew in the midst of thousands of grasses. It was full of vitality and verdant. From its appearance, it was absolutely impossible to imagine that it was a wood elemental spirit beast. In the wood elemental land, only the power of wood could be used. Other powers would be suppressed and greatly weakened. The green sword light shot out, with a sense of endless vitality. It was connected in the air. The wood elemental spirit beast waved dozens of branches like dozens of swords. They were either soft, tough, or rigid. They attacked Chu-Mu from different angles. The edges of the branches were sharp and could cut through everything. The tips were sharp and could pierce through everything. Dozens of branches attacked at the same time without stopping. They contained the endless power of wood, causing every move and style to wrap around Chu-Mu's body. The shock waves had yet to dissipate. Wave after wave followed by wave after wave. The wood elemental spirit beast's use of the power of wood was not inferior to the metal elemental spirit beast's use of the power of metal. Moreover, its fighting skills were more flexible and varied than the metal elemental spirit beast's direct killing. Chu-Mu was willing to endure such a battle. A suitable opponent was a better stepping stone. Whether it was the metal elemental spirit beast or the wood elemental spirit beast, to other third heavenly layer nirvana realm swordsmen, they were tyrannical existences that could not be defeated. However, to Chu-Mu, they were just strong opponents, not invincible. He learned the use of the power of metal from the metal elemental spirit beast, and learned the use of the power of wood from the wood elemental spirit beast. He fought with his sword. With a single strike, the endless sword light shot out, cutting off branches one after another, and attacked the wood elemental spirit beast. This sword light contained the essence of the law of wood and the essence of Chu-Mu's swordsmanship. It was a killing move. Unable to resist, the wood elemental spirit beast was penetrated by the sword. The terrifying power twisted and destroyed the wood elemental spirit beast's body. Its vitality rapidly faded away. In the end, only a wood elemental orb was left. Metal elemental orb, wood elemental orb. The remaining ones should be the water elemental orb, fire elemental orb, and earth elemental orb. Chu-Mu grasped the wood elemental orb in his hand and felt the pure vitality contained in the wood elemental spirit orb. The wood aspect origin in his heart suddenly throbbed, as if it wanted to absorb the energy contained in the wood elemental orb. Chu-Mu hurriedly put the wood elemental orb into his pocket space. If it was useless, he would not be stingy. However, Chu-Mu thought that this wood elemental orb was related to the opening of the 3-story pagoda. It must be used. Turning around, he left the wood elemental land and headed towards the water elemental land. Half of the water elemental land was land, while the other half was a half-meter deep lake. The lake was so clear that one could see the bottom. There were many large and small pebbles scattered around, and one could vaguely see the water plants swaying in the water. At the end of the lake, there was a small waterfall. The water seemed to fall from the void. When Chumu arrived, the lake water under the small waterfall flowed backwards and gathered together. A figure seemed to drill out from the bottom of the lake and condensed. It was a 3-meter tall water giant. The water giant did not have legs. It only had a body, a head, and 2 arms. The water giant was a water elemental spirit beast. Its entire body was blue, and water constantly flowed from its body. The water elemental spirit beast launched an attack. Its 2 arms stretched out, and water arrows instantly condensed. They pierced through the air and shot out with astonishing power. Chumu felt a cold chill, as if it wanted to freeze him. Shifting his feet, he dodged the water arrows and slashed out with the sky-beheading sword. A blue sword light rippled through the water as it attacked the water elemental spirit beast. The water elemental spirit beast was most proficient in the use of the power of water. This was what Chumu wanted to learn. However, the water elemental spirit beast's fighting style was not close combat. Instead, it constantly released water arrows from a distance, attacking Chumu from all angles. Every water arrow was extremely sharp and cold. Once hit, one's blood would freeze and their muscles would stiffen. In order to directly experience the water elemental spirit beast's use of the power of water, Chumu used the sky-beheading sword to shatter the water arrows. This way, his comprehension would be more direct and profound. Every time the water arrow was shattered, there would be a colding energy flowing through the sword and into Chumu's palm, causing his palm to feel cold. Chumu circulated the divine, desolate sword essence to disperse the colding energy. The water arrows could not do anything to Chumu. Suddenly, the water elemental spirit beast raised its arms. The small waterfall behind it surged and turned into a torrential flood. It was like a 100-meter tall wave that wanted to destroy everything. It mercilessly wreaked havoc as it roared towards Chumu. Chumu's expression changed. The power of the roaring flood was too shocking. He raised the sky-beheading sword. A blue sword light shone brightly. With a low roar, he slashed down. The sword light turned into a blue ray and violently slashed out. It was like a long whip with astonishing power. With a paw sound, the long whip was shattered. The flood was split open from the middle and crashed down. Chumu immediately passed through the gap in the flood and leaped into the air. He attacked the water elemental spirit beast with the sky-beheading sword. The power of water was continuous and unbreakable. But when the power of water was condensed, it still had a terrifying cutting power. Gradually understanding, Chumu's sword had a continuous attack. It was incomparably flexible and condensed into a line. Its cutting power was shockingly tyrannical. Under Chumu's attacks, the water elemental spirit beast was constantly injured. In the end, it was killed and turned into water that filled the sky. A fist-sized water spirit pearl emitted a clear blue light. The gold spirit pearl, with spirit pearl and water spirit pearl, were in his hands. All that was left was the fire spirit pearl and earth spirit pearl. The fire spirit pearl was to kill the fire elemental spirit beast, while the earth spirit pearl was to kill the earth elemental spirit beast. Chumu left the water elemental land and arrived at the fire elemental land. The fire elemental land was a magma land. It was a blazing red that was dazzling to the eye. It made people feel hot. The fire elemental spirit beast was somewhat similar to the water elemental spirit beast. It was a fire giant that appeared in the magma. It could also be called a magma giant. Its entire body was scarlet and bright. It flowed down, emitting an incomparably high temperature as if it could melt everything. The fire elemental spirit beast immediately launched an attack. It opened its eyes and shot out 2 scarlet rays of light that penetrated everything. It shot towards Chu Mu as if it was burned to ashes. Chu Mu's expression changed greatly and he quickly dodged. The ground behind him was hit by the laser, and 2 scorch marks were immediately cut open, emitting a burnt smell. He displayed the power of the law of fire and integrated it into the sky-beheading sword. He resisted the high temperature and attacked the fire elemental spirit beast. To some extent, the fire elemental spirit beast was more difficult to deal with than the water elemental spirit beast. Chu Mu had to be more careful. In the battle, he constantly improved the application of the power of the law of fire and went straight to the essence. After a difficult battle, the fiery red sword light seemed to be able to trigger the power of the magma. The horrifying high temperature burned violently and killed the fire element spirit beast, obtaining the 4th spirit pearl, the fire spirit pearl. After receiving the fire spirit pearl, Chu Mu turned and left. He went to the earth elemental land and prepared to deal with the last spirit beast. The earth elemental spirit beast in the earth elemental land was a stone giant made of rocks. It was 10 meters tall. Its huge fist seemed to be able to smash mountains and shatter the earth. It gave Chu Mu a huge pressure. Chapter 1310. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements, with earth as the core and bearing. The earth element spirit beast was also the most difficult of the 5 elements spirit beasts to deal with. Its body was made of rock and was extremely tough and difficult to destroy. In close combat, every strike was heavy and powerful, as if it could shatter the earth. In order to directly feel the earth elemental spirit beast's usage of the power of earth, Chu Mu used the sword in his hand to clash with the earth elemental spirit beast. Every time they clashed, a huge force would rush over, shaking his body and causing his blood to boil. The earth elemental spirit beast was like a peerless body cultivation expert. After each clash, Chu Mu gradually grasped the use of the power of earth. Speaking of which, Chu Mu's power of the 5 elements had all reached the early subtle level, surpassing many of his peers. But in terms of the use of the power of the 5 elements, he was still at a relatively shallow level. First, he lacked guidance, and second, he lacked time. Now was the perfect opportunity. If it were another swordsman whose perception was not as good as Chu Mu's, they might not have been able to gain anything. The use of the power of earth was constantly grasped by Chu Mu. Every strike carried a brown light, gradually becoming heavy and steady. Every strike seemed to cause the earth to shake. His tyrannical physical strength, under the application of the rules of earth, had reached the pinnacle. Leaping up, he raised the sky-beheading sword. A brown light bloomed, as if it was bearing the weight of the earth, and heavily slashed down. There was no gorgeous technique, just a single slash containing the terrifying power of the earth. Under this sword, the earth element spirit beast was forcibly split apart. The earth element spirit bead was in his hand. Letting out a sigh of relief, Chu Mu rested for a moment, then turned and left the earth element field, returning to the front of the 3-story tower. Circling around the tower, Chu Mu inlaid the 5 spirit beads, one by one. After the 5 spirit beads were completely inlaid, they suddenly emitted a bright light. The 3-story tower trembled, and a 5-colored light emitted from the 5 spirit beads, rapidly spreading out and covering the entire tower. The 5 colors in the air became increasingly resplendent, and the power of the 5 elements directly rose by several levels, causing Chu Mu's mind to shake. Immediately after, the 5-colored light of the 3-story tower shrunk from the top floor to the bottom floor, finally condensing at the first floor. The 5-colored light was extremely dazzling. Chu Mu felt like he was being summoned. It was as if there was a voice calling out to him. Walk over, walk over. Not feeling any danger, Chu Mu took large strides forward. Everything he did wasn't at all to enter the 3rd floor of the tower. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't miss it. When Zhang Xian's body came into contact with the five-colored light, he was not obstructed at all. He easily entered it and disappeared. Colorful lights swirled in front of his eyes. After they disappeared, Chu Mu appeared on the first floor of the three-story tower. The rectangular room had 5 corners, and each corner had a ball of light. The balls of light were about the size of a person, and they were of different colors: gold, green, blue, red, and brown. They emitted energy waves of sharpness, vitality, gentleness, heat, and heaviness. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Other than the 5 balls of light, there was nothing else. Chu Mu looked around. With some doubts, he walked towards one of the balls of light. It was a golden ball of light. This was Chu Mu's subconscious choice. The closer he got to the golden ball of light, the more he could feel the sharpness of it. As he approached, he stretched out his left hand to touch the golden ball of light. The moment he came into contact with it, the golden ball of light suddenly burst out with a shocking light. The sharpness was intense, and a vast and unstoppable force erupted. It directly wrapped around Chu Mu and sucked him into the golden ball of light. A figure appeared in the golden ball of light that was as tall as a person. Before he could struggle, streams of information surged like a raging tide, rushing endlessly into Chu Mu's mind. With Chu Mu's knowledge, when he first read the first sentence, he felt the subtlety of it. He simply did not struggle and allowed the information to rush into his mind, carefully reading, comprehending, and absorbing it. As time passed, the golden ball of light became fainter and fainter, as if its power was constantly being consumed. When the golden ball of light completely disappeared, the transmission of the information was also completed. Chu Mu stood on the spot without moving. His eyes were closed, and the aura on his body became very weak. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Chu Mu opened his eyes. His pupils were pure gold, emitting an incomparably shocking sharpness. It pierced through the void, leaving 2 golden traces in the air. The weak aura on his body became stronger in an instant, like a divine sword being unsheathed. It was earth-shattering. The information that he had just received was the inheritance of metal. This inheritance allowed Chu Mu's understanding of the power of metal to deepen by a lot. His application of the power of metal had also deepened. Vaguely, the power of the laws of metal showed signs of breaking through to the intermediate stage of the subtle stage. The golden light in his eyes receded, and his pupils returned to normal. The sharpness on his body was also receding. Chu Mu stretched out his left hand and opened his palm. Golden light flickered in the center of his palm, condensing and spreading. The outline of a golden sword appeared, slowly drilling out from his palm and spinning. The outline of the golden sword emitted a shocking sharpness. In the past, Chu Mu would never be able to do this. This was a deeper application of the power of metal. However, after receiving the inheritance of metal, his understanding of the mysteries of the power of metal had deepened. His application of the power of the laws of metal had also deepened. His palm trembled, and the rotating golden sword on his palm suddenly exploded, turning into strands of golden sword chi that shot out. The sword chi was like silk, cutting through everything, as if it was splitting the void. This attack was purely the application of the power of the laws of metal, but it was so sharp that even Chu Mu himself was surprised. However, he had only grasped the basics of the inheritance of metal. There was still room for improvement. Taking a deep breath, a touch of gold spread out from his body, covering the first layer. The faint golden light filled the air, causing the other 4 balls of light to flicker, as if they had dimmed a little. Metal force field. Apart from the deeper application of the power of metal, the golden balls of light also contained the cultivation method of the metal force field. The 5 elements sword sect focused on the sword, and the power of the 5 elements was secondary. There were various applications of the power of the 5 elements, and naturally there were 5 force fields related to the 5 elements. However, Chumu rarely stayed in the 5 elements sword sect. Therefore, he did not receive any related inheritance. He did not expect to receive such an inheritance in an unfamiliar world. Putting away the metal force field, he exhaled. He did not deepen his cultivation for the time being. Instead, he walked towards the other balls of light, preparing to receive other inheritances. Approaching the green ball of light, Chumu reached out his hand and was absorbed by the green ball of light. This time he did not struggle at all. He wholeheartedly read the information that flooded into his mind. The cultivation method of the wood force field, the deeper application of the power of wood. Chumu's comprehension ability was extremely powerful. As for the metal force field and wood force field, they were merely the lowest level of force fields. To others, they would need to spend a bit of time to cultivate before they could grasp them. However, to Chumu, the moment he obtained them, he comprehended them. Moreover, he had the power of the world at the peak of the initial stage of the subtle realm. He had an even deeper level of application, so he quickly cultivated the wood force field and reached the entry level. The green ball of light disappeared. After a while, Chumu opened his eyes. His pupils were green, and an endless vitality spread out from his body. The wood origin had also received great benefits. Chumu also felt that his body had been baptized, becoming more energetic. Opening his palm, a green aura spread out from the center of his palm. An illusory seedling drilled out from his palm and grew. Although it was thin and illusory, it emitted a vigorous vitality. With a flip of his palm, the seedling disappeared, and a faint green light spread out from Chumu's body. Wood force field. Without stopping, he walked toward the blue ball of light, accepting the power of water. After a while, Chumu's application of the power of water deepened. One could tell just by looking at the miniature river in his palm. Soon after, he released a faint blue force field. It was the water force field. After accepting the power of water, Chumu walked toward the red ball of light and entered it to accept the power of fire. After that, he learned the application of the power of fire, which was called the 7 profound fire art. Then he cultivated the fire force field to the entry level. Finally, he walked into the brown ball of light to accept the power of earth and the 7 profound earth art. He also learned the cultivation method of earth force field to the entry level. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements, the 7 profound art, and each force field. Chumu had received all of them. In fact, the 5 spirits' secret realm had existed for a long time. It could be traced back to before the deep blue world was reorganized. It was a place of 5 elements, and there was a 5 spirits' secret realm. Those who were lucky enough to enter could receive the inheritance. This inheritance was not limited to one person. It could be 1, 2, 3, or even 4 people. However, it could only be 5 people at most. If there were 5 people, each of them would be proficient in one of the 5 elements. They would have to kill a 5 elemental spiritual beast and obtain one of its spiritual beads. Then, they would have to open the 5 spirits' secret realm to receive the corresponding inheritance. What the 5 of them had done was done by Chumu alone. He alone received the inheritance of the power of 5 elements. After receiving the power of earth, Chumu also received a piece of information. This information was about the conditions to enter the 2nd level of the 5 spirits' secret realm. The condition to enter the 2nd level of the 5 spirits' secret realm was to cultivate all 5 of the 7 profound arts to perfection. Then they would be able to enter the 2nd level of the 5 spirits' secret realm. At this moment, there was a 5-colored light on the 1st level of the 5 spirits' secret realm. It condensed in the center and turned into a 5-colored token. It flew toward Chumu and merged into Chumu's body. This was the 5 spirits' secret realm. With the 5 spirit order, Chumu could freely enter and exit the 5 spirit pagoda. It could be said that with the 5 spirit order, the 5-spirit pagoda would become his backyard. He could enter and exit as he pleased. Since this was the case, Chu Mu was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed on the first level of the 5-spirit secret realm and began to cultivate the 5 elemental, 7 profound art. He wanted to improve his understanding and application of the power of 5 elements. Chapter 13:11. In the deep blue world, the moon was shadowless and the stars were resplendent. They hung in the sky one by one, blinking as if they were countless curious eyes. Under the starry sky, a figure stood on the ground in the middle of the night. He raised his head to look at the vast starry sky with a distant gaze. Where do the stars of the deep blue world come from? A leisurely voice rang out, carrying some doubt. Chu Mu had seen the deep blue world from the outside with his own eyes. It was a world protected by a deep blue light. Then, were the stars that Chu Mu was looking at stars from the deep blue world, or were they the light of life planets outside the deep blue world? With Chu Mu's current ability, he was still unable to find out. Back when he entered the deep blue world through the void tunnel, he was immediately hunted down, so he didn't have the time to look. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Chu Mu stared at the stars in the sky and took a deep breath. He cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and circulated the second layer of the astral calamity cultivation method, astral clothes. In an instant, the stars in the sky shone brightly. Their light immediately overshadowed the other stars. As they flickered, strands of starlight rapidly descended. The starlight landed on Chu Mu's body and dispersed. Strands of starlight revolved around Chu Mu's astral clothes and were absorbed by them. The astral clothes also constantly improved under the refinement of the starlight, becoming a treasure garment. The astral clothes cultivation method was a small cultivation method that came with the astral calamity cultivation method. It didn't have much destructive power, but it was very practical. At the very least, it could condense astral clothes or even astral clothes. The astral clothes could only cover the body. Its defensive power was weak, but it was the foundation of cultivating astral clothes. The strength of astral clothes was related to refinement. The more refinement, the stronger it would be. For the entire night, Chu Mu absorbed the starlight and refined the astral clothes, constantly improving them. The night passed and the day arrived. The stars disappeared. Chu Mu stopped cultivating astral clothes. After a night of tempering, the starlight cloak on his body was close to the level of starlight cloak. It possessed a certain degree of defensive power. However, if he wanted to truly possess a tyrannical defensive power, he still needed more tempering. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. The most important thing now wasn't the star treasure robe, but to understand the deep blue world. This was an unknown world. They had to understand it, and they had to understand it deeply. Only then would they be able to complete their mission. No matter what race it was, there was only one goal for entering the deep blue world. That was to open the defenses of the deep blue world and let the experts of their race enter. There was only one way to break through the defense, and that was to obtain the approval of the spirit of the deep blue world. He only needed a preliminary approval, but before that, he had to find the location of the spirit of the deep blue world. Every living world had a world spirit, but the location of the world spirit was very mysterious. It could even be said that even the native powerhouses of the deep blue world might not know where the world spirit was. It wasn't easy to complete this mission. Chu Mu didn't know how much time he would need. He didn't know if he could complete it or if the others could. He could only try his best. In the first level of the Penta Pagoda in the Penta Spirit Mystery Realm, Chu Mu cultivated the 5 elemental 7 profound technique until he reached a bottleneck. Only then did he use the 5 elemental order to leave the Penta Spirit Mystery Realm. He had only cultivated the 7 profound technique to the 4th profound. There was still a gap from the 7th profound to perfection. However, The fourth profound allowed Chu Mu's understanding and application of the five elemental power to reach an unimaginable level. His refinement of the five elemental power had also reached the intermediate stage of the subtle realm. Chu Mu dared to conclude that among the four major star fields of the deep blue world, the five elemental power of law was at the intermediate stage of the subtle realm. In terms of application of the five elemental power of law, no one could compare with him. At this moment, his application of the five elemental power was above the spatial power of law. This was a huge gain. As for the five elemental force fields, they could be considered as a kind of supplementary force field. Compared to the void-shattering force field, the five elemental force fields couldn't be compared at all, unless the five elemental force fields were combined into one. If the first level of the five elemental pagoda had an inheritance like the seven profound technique, then what about the second level? The condition to enter the second level was to cultivate the five elemental seven profound technique to perfection of the seventh profound. Chu Mu couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The place he appeared in seemed to be a very remote place. It was a barren mountain, and the yuan qi in the world was very weak. It could be said to be a very bad place. It was a remote and barren place with barren mountains and unruly rivers. However, so what? Chu Mu cared about the inheritance of the five elemental pagoda and not the outside of the secret realm. Moreover, he would leave this place very soon. As he walked, Chu Mu thought about where he should start from to truly integrate into the deep blue world. From there, he could understand the deep blue world and explore the location of the power of the world. Wei Yang, I advise you to turn back in time. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the endless pursuit of the Li family. They will not stop until you die. Her words were full of threats, but her voice sounded a little weak. Ha 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 ha, Miss Li, I have to say that you are still so cute. Even at this time, you still dare to threaten me. After Wei Yang laughed, his face was ferocious. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Do you think that I, Wei Yang, am scared? Not to mention the Li family, even if it was a force 10 times stronger than the Li family. I, Wei Yang, am not afraid. Because as long as I have you, I will be reborn. My talent and strength will increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, I will be able to enter a powerful sect and become an important disciple. Wei Yang, listen to me. My Li family has some connections with the Skyblaze sect. We can recommend some people to become disciples of the Skyblaze sect. If you let me go, I promise that not only will I not take revenge on you, but I will also give you a spot to become a disciple of the Skyblaze sect. Li Qiran said in a panic. She looked pitiful, but she did not know that this appearance looked even more tempting. It turned the ruthlessness in Wei Yang's eyes into a desire to conquer. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. Just accept your fate. Miss Li, I will make you very happy. I guarantee that you will not forget it after tasting it. Who knows, you might even beg me for it. Wei Yang grinned and laughed lasciviously. He approached Li Qiran step by step. He was now enjoying the process of a hungry wolf catching a little white rabbit. Seeing the little white rabbit trembling under his power, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Li Qiran's face was full of sadness. She never thought that a person who she trusted like an elegant young master would treat her like this. First, he ambushed and killed her guard, then tried to defile her. Fortunately, another guard risked his life to protect her and let her escape. She thought that she could successfully escape. As long as she escaped back to the Li family, with the Li family's power, crushing Wei Yang would be like crushing an ant. This place was a remote and desolate mountain range. Usually no one would come here. Even if someone came here, their strength would most likely not be very good. After all, the cultivation environment here was very harsh. It was most likely a disaster. As she thought about it, Li Qiran's expression suddenly changed. If she was defiled by Wei Yang, then the Li family would most likely suffer a calamity. That person would definitely not let the Li family off. Her face turned pale and her entire body trembled. Wei Yang thought that she was afraid of him and became even more proud. In Wei Yang's opinion, Li Qiuran was already in the bag. In such a place, there would not be any accidents. However, an accident happened. A figure appeared and slowly walked over from afar. Li Qiuran seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw, while Wei Yang's handsome face was filled with a fierce light. He raised his left hand, and his 5 fingers moved quickly, outlining in the void. At the same time, his lips trembled a few times, as if he was chanting something. A violent aura fluctuation appeared in the air. Be careful of the heart fire technique. Li Qiuran's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly shouted at Chumu. Chumu was very surprised. As he walked, he was thinking about how to cut into the deep blue world. He did not expect to encounter such a scene and be directly attacked without saying a word. The outline of the other party's left hand caused a violent aura fluctuation of the power of fire in the air. Chumu's eyes immediately lit up. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator from the deep blue world make a move. Previously, he had been focused on escaping and had no time to pay attention to it. A flame appeared and condensed into the shape of an arrow. Wei Yang pointed forward with one hand at Chumu. With a whoosh, a fire arrow shot out, burning the air. In Wei Yang's opinion, this attack was enough to kill the other party. After all, the aura emitted by the other party was not strong at all. If it was a powerhouse, most of them would not use their feet to travel. The hope in Li Qiuran's eyes was quickly extinguished. It seems to be an application of a fire technique. Looking at the fire arrow flying over, Chumu thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, the fire arrow shot over. Just as it was about to hit Chumu, Chumu flicked his finger. With a pop, under an invisible force, the fire arrow shattered and turned into sparks that splashed out. This scene stunned Wei Yang. He could not react in time. It also gave Li Qiuran a glimmer of hope, and her eyes lit up again. You actually broke my fire arrow technique so easily. It seems that you have some skills. Unfortunately, if I met you elsewhere, I might have played with you. But now you will die. Wei Yang laughed sinisterly. His eyes were crimson red. He held the sword in his right hand and slashed out. The fiery red sword light burned everything like a raging fire that spread and blasted towards Chumu. Immediately after, the 5 fingers of Wei Yang's left hand quickly flicked, constantly sketching. Traces appeared under his fingers, and violent fluctuations of the power of fire appeared. Strands of red aura appeared around Wei Yang's body. The red aura continued to spread from all directions, gathering in front of Wei Yang and condensing into a long flame spear. The power it emitted was more than 10 times stronger than the fire arrow from before. Moreover, the flame spear was even spinning. It is your honor to die under my flame spear. Wei Yang laughed sinisterly. He waved his left hand forward as if he was pushing something. Suddenly, the spinning flame spear shot out. Chapter 13:12. The flaming sword chi that was like a torrent flew through the air, and the rotating flaming spear followed closely behind. It broke through the flaming sword chi and shot towards Chumu. Wei Yang had used all his strength in this attack. Seeing that Chumu did not move at all, as if he was scared silly, the last glimmer of hope in Li Qiuran's heart was completely wiped out. Wei Yang's handsome face was filled with a sinister smile. It was as if he had seen Chumu being pierced through by his flaming spear and turned into ashes. Just as the torrent of flaming sword chi blasted towards Chumu and the flaming spear was about to hit Chumu, Chumu stretched out another finger and poked forward. In an instant, Wei Yang thought that he was hallucinating. He vaguely saw a divine sword being unsheathed. It had an indescribable sharpness. The sword finger pierced towards the flaming spear and collided with the tip of the spear. The flaming spear suddenly stopped and shattered under Chumu's sword finger. The torrent of flaming sword chi rushed past Chumu's left and right sides, as if it was intentionally avoiding him. This scene caused Wei Yang's eyes to widen in disbelief. How could such a powerful attack be so easily dispelled? Was it an illusion? Immediately after, Chu Mu's finger trembled, and a wisp of divine wilderness sword energy turned into sword chi and shot out. Wei Yang only caught a glimpse of a golden light cutting through the sky, and then his vision turned black, as if the world had turned upside down. His glabella was pierced through, and a wisp of dark red slowly flowed out. He fell backwards, and his brain was shattered by the sword chi. His soul was scattered, and he couldn't be any more dead. Li Churan seemed to have been immobilized. She didn't move at all. She was dumbfounded. The changes were too fast. There were several twists and turns, causing Li Churan's emotions to rise and fall between hope and despair. Now that she saw Wei Yang killed in an instant, Li Churan was stunned. However, she was still the young miss of a family. She had an extraordinary background and some knowledge, so she quickly reacted. "Thank you for saving me." Li Churan bowed to Chu Mu. "It's nothing." Chu Mu smiled slightly and said casually, his goal was not to save Li Churan. It could be said that it was an accident. However, killing Wei Yang was equivalent to saving Li Churan. Moreover, when Chu Mu saw this scene, he had the idea to use this as an entry point to start integrating into this world. With Wei Yang's death, Li Churan relaxed, but she did not dare to stay here for long. She wanted to return to her family, but she was not strong enough. She was worried that there would be danger on the way back, so she could not help but think, "Benefactor, you have saved my life. I have no way of repaying you. Why don't you come with me to the Li family? The Li family will definitely repay you," Li Churan said. Thus, one wanted to find someone to protect, while the other wanted to use this as an entry point to integrate into the deep blue world. Just like that, the two happily decided. Li Churan was actually quite nervous, and even a bit afraid. She was worried that this person would be like Wei Yang, but he was alone and was not very strong. If he wanted to return to his family, there would be all sorts of dangers. Chu Mu did not have that kind of intention towards Li Churan, nor did he need any repayment from the Li family. Chu Mu's words and actions did not show any intention of getting close to her, nor did he deliberately alienate her. This attitude gradually made Li Churan feel at ease. Li Churan was curious as to why Chu Mu would appear in such a remote place. To be able to kill Wei Yang in an instant, it meant that Chu Mu was much stronger than Wei Yang. One had to know that Wei Yang had the cultivation of the first layer of the Nirvana realm. In that case, Chu Mu also had the cultivation of the Nirvana realm. In such a place, even the divine condensation realm was not suitable for cultivation, let alone the Nirvana realm. Of course, Chu Mu would not say that he came from the outside world. Instead, he casually made it up. He had some fortuitous encounters by chance and came here after he came out. Big Brother Chu's luck is deep. Li Churan immediately laughed when she heard this. With her bright eyes and white teeth, it was no wonder that Wei Yang would be tempted. As if she was curious about Chu Mu, Li Churan asked about Chu Mu's origins and so on. Chu Mu thought for a moment and said that he was the successor of a hidden sect. Not long after he left the mountain, he had a fortuitous encounter by chance. It was not very convincing, but Li Churan seemed to believe it. However, the deep blue world was vast, so it was not surprising that there were hidden sections. In addition, Chu Mu had displayed the tyrannical strength that instantly killed Wei Yang. It was not strange to say that he was the successor of a hidden sect. Li Churan's mind was clearly not on this and did not continue to ask. Otherwise, Chu Mu really did not know how to answer because he did not know anything about the deep blue world. From Li Churan's words, Chu Mu began to understand the deep blue world bit by bit. The land under his feet belonged to the Azure Water Empire, and the Azure Water Empire was a powerful empire in the deep blue world. From Li Churan's words, Chu Mu knew that the Azure Water Empire was established by the Azure Water Sage Emperor many years ago. What was the Sage Emperor? Li Qiuran did not say, and Chumu did not ask. Although he was curious, he knew that he could not ask or he would easily give himself away. Yan Mountain was a place within the Azure Water Empire. The Li clan was the most prosperous clan in Yan Mountain. Chumu gradually understood that he had stayed in the Five Spirits, hidden domain, for half a year. In other words, half a year had passed since he entered the deep blue world. Gradually, Chumu heard the news of the 100 clans entering the deep blue world. They were defined as outer heaven demons and issued an outer heaven demon hunting order. Moreover, it was jointly issued by the big shots of the deep blue world. Killing an outer heaven demon would give you a reward, and so on. This reminded Chumu to be more vigilant. If his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down endlessly. Although he was stronger, it was still far from enough. As the most prosperous clan in Yan Mountain, with a history of 1,000 years, the Li clan's manor was huge. It looked simple on the outside, but was actually luxurious. 2 people stood at the gate with swords on their backs. Their bodies were straight, and their auras were sharp. But Chumu felt that they didn't look like swordsmen, or rather, they were not. Thinking back to Wei Yang's fire arrow, revolving fire spear, and other fire techniques, Chumu realized that Deep Blue World was not like the 4 great human star regions. Although there were humans here, the cultivation of cultivators and swordsmen seemed to be somewhat different, yet somewhat similar. For example, the 2 standing at the gate of the Li clan, their auras were in the divine condensation realm. Young Miss, the 2 guards saw Li Qiuran and bowed. At the same time, they looked at Chumu with puzzled eyes. Li Qiuran nodded with the demeanor of a young miss. She led Chumu into the Li clan's manor. She called a servant and arranged a place for Chumu to rest. Li Qiuran said she had to take care of some matters and left. In the guest room, Chumu casually picked up a book and flipped it open. The words in the book were similar to the words used by humans, with only a small difference. But he could understand the general meaning. Flipping through the book was equivalent to understanding the deep blue world. After a while, the door was pushed open and a young man walked in. "I'm Li Qiufeng. You must be Chumu. Thank you for saving my little sister," the young man said. The young man said to himself, "Saving your life is a great favor. I hope you won't refuse this small gift." His words sounded polite, but Chumu could hear the estrangement in them. Li Qiufeng threw a spatial ring over. Chumu took it and scanned it with his divine sense. The spatial ring wasn't big, but there were some high-grade origin pills inside. There were about 100,000 of them. Seeing familiar things like origin pills, Chumu was slightly relieved. It would be easier to integrate with familiar things in an unfamiliar world. Li Qiufeng thought that Chumu had accepted the reward, so he revealed a faint smile. "Are you planning to stay in the Li family as a guest for a few days, or—" Chumu could tell from his tone that this person didn't welcome him and wanted him to leave. Chumu's expression turned cold. He planned to use the Li family as a starting point to integrate into this world. But that didn't mean he could be humiliated at will. With a flick of his finger, the spatial ring flew towards Li Qiufeng. Chumu sneered, "A 1,000-year-old family's aura is too strong. I'm not used to it. Goodbye." His words were mocking the Li family for being arrogant and self-righteous. Li Qiufeng caught the spatial ring with a cold and angry expression. "Have a safe trip. I won't see you out," Li Qiufeng said coldly. Chumu didn't pay attention to him and walked out of the room in large strides. He walked out of the Li family manor. No one stopped Chumu. Chumu walked out of the Li family manor unimpeded. After leaving the Li family manor, Chumu couldn't help feeling dispirited. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. Plans really couldn't keep up with changes. "Brother, how could you be like this? No matter what, he saved me once. Without him, I would have already." Li Qiuran lost her temper. "Little sister, I'm doing this for your own good. That person's background is unknown. Perhaps he's plotting something," said Li Qiufeng. "If he was plotting something, would he have sent me back?" asked Li Qiuran. "Little sister, You're still too young. You don't know how dangerous the world is. Perhaps his goal is our Li family. He wants something from us. After all, our Li family is a 1,000-year-old family, said Li Qiufeng. But Li Qiuran wanted to retort. All right, there's no but. If he really doesn't have any special motives for our Li family, then he shouldn't have left in a fit of anger after being tested by me. If he really doesn't have any motives, then he should have stayed. Li Qiuran couldn't refute Li Qiuran's words. Besides, you believed him when he told you he was the successor of a hidden sect. You believed him when he told you he had a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps he had a plan all along. Li Qiuran carefully thought about it, and she was somewhat shaken. All right, you've been frightened. Go back and have a good rest. Don't worry about anything else, said Li Qiufeng. After Li Qiuran left, he summoned a few of his trusted aides. Young master, we'll definitely handle this matter well. That's right. We'll definitely teach him a lesson he won't forget. Chapter 1313. Yan Mountain was a mountain, as well as a part of the Azure Water Dynasty. Everything within 1,000 miles belonged to Yan Mountain, and in Yan Mountain, the Li family was the most powerful. After Chu Mu left the Li family, he randomly chose a direction and walked in large strides. As he walked, he pondered what to do next. Originally, he planned to use the Li family as a starting point after saving Li Qiu, who knew that the Li family would be so despicable. Even a clay figurine would have some anger, not to mention Chu Mu. With a change of plans, he had to think of a new starting point. Not long after Chu Mu left the Li family, more than a dozen people rushed out from the Li family. Each one had a clear goal, and their speed was fast as they chased after Chu Mu. Not long after, more than a dozen people caught up to Chu Mu. What's the matter? While thinking, Chu Mu glanced at the other party and asked indifferently, What's the matter? Sir, please come with us. Among the people who blocked Chu Mu, the leader's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Chu Mu. This scene was seen by some passers-by not far away. Isn't that the Li family's people? Who is the one surrounded? How unlucky to provoke the Li family. Provoking the Li family is a disaster. Even if they don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. All kinds of whispers were heard clearly by Chu Mu. He could see that the Li family was still famous in this area. The dozen Li family's people showed a smug expression. No time. Since it was his first time here, Chu Mu didn't want to provoke trouble, especially when the other party was a 1,000-year-old family with deep roots and strength. He couldn't underestimate them. Otherwise, these few low-level nirvana and spirit condensation cultivators wouldn't be enough. That's not up to you. You stole our Li clan's treasure. You'd better come back with us obediently, return the treasure, and admit your mistake. Perhaps our young master will be merciful and let you go. The leader sneered, looking as if he had Chu Mu in his grasp. Chu Mu immediately understood. So it was Li Qiufeng's doing. It seemed that this person's heart was as small as a pinhole. Just because of a small matter from before, he wanted to deal with him. Moreover, he even wanted to use the name of treasure thief to ruin his reputation. Chu Mu couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. If I don't go back with you, what will happen to me? Chu Mu asked with a cold smile. Break his limbs and carry him back. The other party also sneered. More than 10 people pulled out their swords one by one. The sword light shone brightly, emitting bursts of cold air. Their gazes fell on Chu Mu's body. Their gazes were extremely sharp, as if they wanted to pierce dozens of holes in Chu Mu's body. Each and every one of them had an unfriendly expression. I'll give you one last choice. Obediently come back with us, or let us break your limbs and then carry you back. Choose one of the two. The leader of the Li family's group gave an ultimatum. I choose the third choice. Let me break your limbs. Chu Mu smiled, revealing his pure white teeth. Under the sunlight, it caused people to involuntarily feel a chill. However, the Li family's group clearly didn't understand what this meant. Thus they attacked. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Break his limbs, shouted the leader. He waved his sword, sending out a cyan sword light. The power of wind was extremely dense. With a swoosh, it tore through the sky, killing its way towards Chumu. The cyan sword light was the signal to attack. The others also drew their swords, killing their way towards Chumu. More than a dozen people besieged Chumu from all directions. Everyone in the distance either revealed a regretful or excited smile, as if Chumu was about to be seriously injured. Because these people's attacks were aimed at blocking Chumu's escape route, and some of them aimed at his limbs. It seemed like they really wanted to break Chumu's limbs first. The fiendish grin enlarged in front of his eyes. It was close at hand, as if the outcome was already determined. Chumu only smiled. He didn't say anything. He didn't even pull out his sword. Using his finger as a sword, he drew a line in front of his body and stabbed forward. In a split second, the sword light shattered under Chumu's sword finger. He stabbed forward. A sharp golden light flickered on his fingertip. As if piercing through the void, the golden sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the shoulder of one of the Nirvana realm cultivators. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He casually avoided the attacks of more than a dozen people from the Lee family, causing all of their attacks to miss. Chumu used his finger as a sword to counterattack. Every time he raised his finger, the sword would surely injure his opponent. Everyone in the distance was dumbfounded. In their eyes, there was only a casual figure. That movement technique seemed to have reached the pinnacle. It was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Among the spectators, there was an old man. Originally, he was just casually watching the show, but now his eyes narrowed. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and his face revealed an uncontrollable surprise. He exclaimed again and again in his heart, "What exquisite combat skills!" Every move was just right. It could be said to be incomparably exquisite. Not long after, Chumu stopped. More than a dozen people were lying around him. Their hands and feet were pierced by his sword finger, and their meridians were shattered. They fell on the ground and struggled while wailing. Their miserable appearance made everyone in the distance shudder. More than a dozen people from the Lee family wanted to cripple Chumu, but the result was Chumu crippling them instead. Such an ending was completely unexpected. Oh no. This time, he has thoroughly offended the Lee family. Only death awaits him. Yeah, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Within 1,000 li of Yen Mountain, the Lee family was the most powerful. These people who lived here for generations were naturally aware of this. They had a reverence for the Lee family that came from their bones. The Lee family was the local tyrant of Yen Mountain. What Chumu did next made their eyes widen. Their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. They saw Chumu flicking his finger, and powerful finger winds pierced through the air. More than a dozen finger winds landed on the dantian of the people on the ground. In an instant, ghostly wails and howls resounded. "Cripple, cripple! My cultivation level! My cultivation level! You're so vicious! You crippled my cultivation!" If one's limbs were pierced through and their meridians were shattered, one could always recover. However, if one's cultivation was crippled, and it was under the condition that one's dantian was destroyed by a tyrannical external force, it would be impossible to recover unless one had a heavenly treasure. These dozen or so people really had an ordinary status in the Lee family. How could the Lee family take out a rare treasure to help them recover? Moreover, the premise was that the Lee family had such a rare treasure. Even an aristocratic family with 1,000 years of history couldn't take it out. In short, these dozen or so people were truly crippled. Without cultivation, with their limbs crippled, they would soon be abandoned by the Lee family. Their hearts were filled with fear. Exquisite skill, ruthless means, a good seedling. The old man nodded. Go back and tell Li Qiufeng that repaying kindness with enmity isn't the way of a 1,000-year-old family. Chu Mu said to the leader, "But if he doesn't give up, I'll take whatever means he has. Just don't regret it." His tone was calm, but the content was very domineering. It triggered many thoughts. It seemed to be different from what the Li family members had said. Many curious people wanted to find out more, but when they thought of the Li family style, they couldn't help but feel afraid. After crippling the Li family members, Chu Mu didn't stay. He quickly left. After all, this was still the Li family's territory. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Li family sent out strong cultivators, it would be a big problem. After Chu Mu left, the surrounding crowd quickly dispersed. The old man in the crowd looked in the direction Chu Mu left. After thinking for a while, he followed Chu Mu. The crippled Li family members were lying on the ground. They couldn't stand up at all, let alone return to the Li family to report this. However, this was still the Li family's territory. Moreover, it wasn't far from the Li family. The Li family members who were passing by found them and brought them back to the family after asking a few questions. Li Qiufeng's face was full of anger. He smashed the hard table with his palm. His eyes flashed coldly. A terrifying aura rose from his body, causing the surrounding air to distort. "Very good. You have the guts to provoke me and the Li family. If that's the case, then prepare to die." Li Qiufeng's voice was like a cold wind from the north. It almost froze the air in front of him. As the young master of the Li family, Li Qiufeng had a lot of power in the Li family. Therefore, he could mobilize some of the Li family's strong cultivators, especially when the Li family's dignity was challenged, and someone actually crippled the Li family's cultivators in their territory. This kind of thing could easily arouse the hatred of the Li family members. As for how it happened, Li Qiufeng naturally had his own explanation. The Li family members obviously believed their young master's words. "Young master, leave this matter to me. I will personally bring back this bastard's head," the Li family's third sky guard said. "Then I'll have to trouble the third sky guard." Li Qiufeng suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, but the coldness in his eyes was incomparably intense. "But third sky guard, capture this bastard alive and bring him back to the Li family. I want to put him on trial." "Don't worry, young master," the third sky guard sneered, as if Chu Mu was already a prisoner. Then the third sky guard led a group of powerful Li family's third sky guard and quickly left the Li family, chasing after Chu Mu. Li Qiufeng looked out of the Li family's residence with his hands behind his back. His face was cold. Soon, Li Qiuran also learned of this matter and came to find Li Qiufeng. "Little sister, now you know. I only sent people to invite him back, but he ruthlessly crippled their cultivation and limbs. This kind of person—" Li Qiufeng sneered. Li Qiuran was silent. In the end, she and Chu Mu were just strangers who met by chance. To be more precise, he saved her life. Yet she had no understanding of him. What kind of person he was, what kind of goal he had, and what kind of ulterior motives he had for the Li family. Regardless, Li Qiuran was a member of the Li family, and she believed in them. Now that they were crippled, Li Qiuran hated Chu Mu even more. Although Chu Mu didn't know that the Li family had already dispatched experts to capture him alive, he still had a bad premonition. Therefore, he increased his speed and flew through the air, quickly leaving Yan Mountain's boundary. Chapter 13-14. The third commander of the Li family's sky guards was at the fifth sky of Nirvana Realm. With a sneer on his face, he led 8 low-level Nirvana Realm cultivators and quickly left the Li family. They boarded a flying ship and chased after Chu Mu at an extremely high speed. Li Qiufeng was the young master of the Li family. If there were no accidents, he would become the patriarch of the Li family. If he worked for the young master and left a good impression on the young master, he might be put in an important position in the future. The light broke through the sky and flew hundreds of meters in an instant, flying out of the Yan Mountain boundary. Chu Mu was very vigilant while flying at high speed. He always felt that he was being watched. He didn't know where, but a pair of eyes had been watching him. This feeling of being watched appeared after he crippled a dozen of the Leaf family's henchmen and left. Chu Mu's nature was that of a swordsman, and the cultivation of a swordsman, in addition to swordsmanship, was the tempering of the six senses. He was much more sensitive than ordinary people, and even swordsmen. He believed in his intuition, and until now his keen intuition had never been wrong. No matter how fast he accelerated, the feeling of being watched followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone. He couldn't get rid of it. Chu Mu pretended not to know and just flew forward, because he knew that if the person watching him had a purpose, they would show up sooner or later. Chu Mu's flying speed wasn't slow, but the flying ship was faster. About 300 miles away from the Leaf family, the Leaf family's flying ship caught up and directly crashed into Chu Mu like a meteorite. It was very fast and fierce. Once hit, it would more or less break bones. The flying ship was extremely fast. Chu Mu felt a strong sense of danger and hurriedly dodged to the side. The flying ship narrowly shot past him. The strong wind whistled, causing Chu Mu's robe to flutter and his long hair to flutter. Failing to hit its target, the shuttle-shaped flying ship stopped in midair. Next, several figures rapidly appeared from the flying ship and spread out to form an encirclement surrounding Chu Mu. There was a total of 9 people, and every single one of them emitted the aura of the Nirvana realm, causing Chu Mu to be vigilant. The leader of the 9 people was a middle-aged man. His eyes were cold, and the aura he emitted made Chu Mu know that it was the aura of the 5th sky of Nirvana realm, which was 2 sky higher than him. He was a strong opponent. The aura of the other 8 people were all at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, which was the same as his cultivation. A member of the Leaf family? Chu Mu asked calmly. I'm the 3rd commander of the Leaf family's celestial guards. I'm here to capture you, the 3rd commander said sternly. His majestic appearance made it seem as if he was following the orders of the celestial emperor. The other 8 heavenly guards didn't look friendly. Their cold eyes seemed to pierce through Chu Mu's body. As a 1,000-year-old family, the Leaf family had a deep foundation. They had formed 2 groups of guards to protect the safety of the Leaf family. They were also in charge of external battles. One group was called the Guards. It was made up of divine condensation realm cultivators and was relatively ordinary. The other group was made up of Nirvana realm cultivators. There were fewer of them, but each of them had the cultivation of the Nirvana realm. Only a 1,000-year-old family would have such a group of guards made up of Nirvana realm cultivators. It wasn't a small matter to send out the heavenly guards to deal with Chu Mu. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Surrender and follow us back obediently. We'll let the young master deal with you. The 3rd commander of the Leaf family's celestial guard sneered. 2. Let me break your limbs and bring you back for the young master to deal with. You choose. Chu Mu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What are you laughing at? One of the heavenly guards roared. I'm laughing at the fact that your Leaf family's 1,000-year-old heritage depends on 2 choices. Chu Mu said calmly, those people gave me the same 2 choices, but I chose the 3rd one. What 3rd one? One of the heavenly guards asked subconsciously. Chu Mu only smiled and didn't answer. The 3rd commander's face was gloomy. His eyes were like cold lightning as he stared at Chu Mu. Soon after, his face became even more ferocious. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Chu Mu laughed when he heard this. Since you don't want to choose, I'll choose for you. The 3rd commander waved his hand and pulled out his sword. The cold sword light was dazzling and sharp. Chu Mu moved. This was the first time he pulled out his sword after entering the deep blue world. It was also the first time the sky-beheading sword showed its sharpness in the deep blue world. Just as the 3rd commander of the Leaf family's celestial guards gave the order to attack, Chu Mu had already made the first move. The cold sword light was like a bolt of lightning that instantly pierced through the sky. Before anyone could feel their hearts palpitating, the dazzling sword light pierced through the sky. Just as everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. A mournful scream tore through the void. With just one sword, Chu-Mu had killed a Li family's celestial guard. They were both at the third sky of the Nirvana realm, but their strength was much weaker than Chu-Mu's. The strength that Chu-Mu displayed caused the expressions of the Li family's celestial guards and the third commander to change drastically. "Attack with all your might," the third commander roared. The sword light suddenly trembled and exploded, turning into countless rays. It was like a torrential rain of locusts that surged towards Chu-Mu, riddling him with thousands of holes. The other 7 heavenly guards also unsheathed their swords and used their sword techniques to attack Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu discovered that although these people's cultivations were at the Nirvana realm, and the weakest was at the third sky of the Nirvana realm, the sword techniques they used were at most at the middle or high tier of the Earth realm. Moreover, their attainments in sword techniques were ordinary. There was nothing remarkable about them. Sword techniques of this level wouldn't even be ranked in the 4 major star regions of the human race. They were even inferior to some spirit condensation realm swordsmen. As his figure flickered, Chu-Mu easily dodged the opponent's sword attacks like a butterfly. He didn't deliberately use any powerful sword techniques. He just used a basic sword technique that merged with the power of the law of thunder. His sword stabbed out like a bolt of lightning. In the sound of thunder, the shocking sword light flashed by. It was extraordinarily dazzling. Another mournful scream rang out. Another celestial guard was pierced between the eyebrows by Chu-Mu's sword. His soul scattered, and his body fell to the ground. Damn it! The third commander gritted his teeth. Every celestial guard was the main force of the Li family. They couldn't afford to lose even one. But now 2 of them had died. Even if they killed Chu-Mu, it would be difficult to report back to the Li family. The third commander hated Chu-Mu to the bone. He attacked with all his strength. A blue light instantly spread out from his body, covering an area of more than 1,000 meters. It enveloped Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu immediately felt the power of all kinds of laws being suppressed. This was the water force field. Among them, only the third commander could control the water force field. In an instant, a circle of red spread out from Chu-Mu's body. It was the fire force field. The water force field collided with the fire force field. Chu-Mu forcibly crushed the third commander's water force field. Moreover, it enveloped the third commander and the celestial guards. Instantly, they were all suppressed, and their strength was further weakened. The third commander's expression changed greatly. He quickly ordered everyone to spread out and use their techniques. Almost every cultivator in the deep blue world cultivated a corresponding technique. In an instant, waves of water appeared out of thin air, roaring as they swept forward. Flames filled the air, and sand and stones were sent flying. Powerful techniques were used one after another. They could topple mountains and overturn seas, and they almost broke through the void. The power of the spells they cast was much stronger than the power of the sword techniques they cast. However, under Chu-Mu's fire force field, the power of their techniques was greatly weakened. As Chu-Mu dodged, the techniques all missed. He used his sword techniques to counterattack. A stab was like thunder, a slash was like splitting the earth, and a sweep was like sweeping through 1,000 soldiers. Every sword strike would take a life. Not long after, the 8 celestial guards all died under Chu-Mu's sword. They were all at the third sky of Nirvana realm. But the techniques that the 8 celestial guards cultivated were worlds apart from Chu-Mu's divine wilderness sword art. There was no comparison at all. In the end, only the third commander of the Li family's celestial guards was left. Chu-Mu couldn't instantly kill a 5th sky of Nirvana realm cultivator without using his full strength. The reason why Chu-Mu didn't use his full strength was because he felt that he was being targeted. This feeling had always been there. So in order to deal with any possible danger, he had to conserve his strength so that the other party wouldn't know about his background. Although he couldn't instantly kill them, Chu Mu still had the upper hand. The sword light seemed to be riding the wind and breaking the waves. It split the third commander's technique apart. It was incomparably sharp, fast like the wind and fierce like thunder. The third commander's expression changed greatly. He never thought that with his fifth sky of Nirvana realm cultivation, he would be inferior to a third sky of Nirvana realm cultivator. He also noticed that the other party had been using his sword technique and hadn't used any techniques. The power of his sword technique was extremely tyrannical. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than theirs. If it was before, he would have wanted to capture Chu Mu alive and force him to reveal his sword technique. But now he was only thinking about how to save his life. This was the biggest problem. Under the fire force field, the third commander's power was suppressed. His strength and speed weren't as good as Chu Mu's. Under Chu Mu's sword technique, the third commander had difficulty dodging, but it was also very difficult for him to counterattack. With another sword strike, the third commander's eyes were filled with a dazzling sword light that tore through the sky. One sword. Beheading, withdrawing the fire force field, Chu Mu descended and directly took the third commanders and the 8 sky guards in interspatial rings. These were his spoils of war. As for the other party's sword, he didn't care. It was ordinary and couldn't compare to the sky beheading sword. He didn't care about it. Zhao Fu communicated with the law of fire in his mental world and released a ball of flames, which then spread out and landed on the 9 corpses, burning them. The intense high-temperature flames quickly burned the 9 corpses, leaving only charred black corpses. The shuttle-shaped flying ship that the third commander had come on was now ownerless. Naturally, it became Chu Mu's spoils of war. After entering the flying ship, Chu Mu quickly scanned it. He discovered that this flying ship wasn't much different from the flying ships used by the human race. He could control it. He directly activated the flying ship and it rose into the air. With a whoosh, it exploded with astonishing speed and flew forward. Not long after Chu Mu left, a figure appeared. It was the old man from before. His gaze was deep as he looked at the charred ground below. His eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. A third sky killing a fifth sky without any pressure. What a peerless genius. Chapter 13:15. Li family. Young master, something bad has happened. A person hurriedly ran in and shouted anxiously, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Qiufeng was waiting for news from the third commander. He was displeased to hear this. The third commander's prayer beads are broken. The man hurriedly said, "What?" Li Qiufeng suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. The purpose of the prayer beads was to see life and death. A wisp of spirit was placed in the beads. If the person was alive, the beads would be fine. If the person was dead, the beads would break. The third commander's prayer beads breaking meant that he was dead. What about the other heavenly guards? Li Qiufeng hurriedly asked. 8 of them broke as well. Li Qiufeng sat down, stunned. This meant that the 8 celestial guards and the third celestial guard commander were most likely dead. He wasn't thinking about how to deal with Chu Mu, but how to explain this matter. The heavenly guards were the strongest guards of the Li family. There weren't many of them, only 100 or so. They were led by 3 commanders. Every heavenly guard was important to the Li family. After all, it wasn't easy to nurture a Nirvana realm cultivator. Normally, the heavenly guards wouldn't be dispatched. Yet, this time because of his own selfishness and simply because he didn't like Chu Mu and wanted to teach him a lesson, he ended up in such a situation. He originally thought that sending out the heavenly guards would solve the problem, but he didn't expect 8 heavenly guards and a commander to all be killed. Losing 1 or 2 heavenly guards was something he could suppress with his status as the young master. But losing 8 heavenly guards and 1 commander was something that even the patriarch had to account for. Damn Chu Mu, if it wasn't for you. Li Qiufeng's face was full of resentment. He blamed everything on Chu Mu and didn't think about his own problems. Trying to calm himself down, Li Qiufeng got up and walked outside. He wanted to tell the elders about this matter before they found out. Of course, he wanted to make Chu Mu's situation worse. The Li family patriarch, Li Jinyuan, and the elders listened to Li Qiufeng's explanation. After listening to Li Qiufeng's explanation, Li Jinyuan waved his hand and said, "Go back and prepare to head to the Skyblaze sect to cultivate." Li Qiufeng's expression suddenly changed. The Li family was somewhat related to the Skyblaze sect. In a sense, the Li family was attached to the Skyblaze sect. Compared to the Li family, which had 1,000-year-old heritage, the Skyblaze sect was 10 times more powerful than the Li family from 3 years ago. With the Li family's ability and Li Qiufeng's talent, she would be heavily nurtured if she entered the Skyblaze sect. However, Li Qiufeng would have no chance of becoming the Li family's patriarch. Compared to those who only pursued strength, Li Qiufeng cared more about power. This was also the reason why he refused to join the Skyblaze sect and remained in the Li family. His goal was to inherit the position of patriarch of the Li family. But now, Li Jinyuan had made up his mind to let Li Qiufeng enter the Skyblaze sect. This meant that Li Qiufeng was not fated to be the patriarch of the Li family. This made Li Qiufeng hate Chu Mu even more. After making arrangements for Li Qiufeng, a cold light flickered in Li Jinyuan's eyes. Patriarch! Chu Mu dared to provoke the dignity of the Li family. "We can't let him go," one of the elders shouted. "This bastard can kill 8 third sky Nirvana heavenly guards and a 5th sky Nirvana 3rd sky Nirvana heavenly guards. His strength is not to be underestimated. Either we don't move or we kill him in one blow. Don't give him any chance," Li Jinyuan said firmly. "I haven't fought in years." The 5th elder stood up and laughed. His eyes flashed with a cold light and a bloodthirsty light. "Good, then the 5th elder will act. Capture this bastard and wait for his punishment," Li Jinyuan said. "If the bastard resists stubbornly, the 5th elder can behead him on the spot and bring back his head." "Yes, patriarch." The 5th elder chuckled, and the other elders smiled as well. "With the 5th elder acting, it's a cinch," the 3rd elder said. "The 5th elder's action can also intimidate the other families." A new crisis was approaching Chu Mu. The shuttle-shaped flying ship's speed was extremely fast. It streaked across the sky like a meteor and flew out of Yen Mountain's boundary. With the flying ship's speed and distance, it seemed impossible for the Li family's 5th elder to catch up to Chu Mu. After a few hours, the flying ship finally flew out of the Li family's territory and left Yen Mountain. At this moment, Chu Mu was startled. A tyrannical aura penetrated the flying ship and fell on him, making Chu Mu shiver unconsciously. Finally here, Chu Mu stopped the flying ship and landed. He rushed out of the flying ship and released his tyrannical spiritual sense, which swept across the sky like lightning. A figure appeared in the range of his spiritual sense. The aura emitted from the figure let Chu Mu know that it was the one who had locked onto him. "Take my sword!" The first word was still far away, but the second word was already nearing. A swift and fierce sword light was like a bolt of lightning. It was more powerful, faster, and more ferocious than the Li family's 3rd Celestial Guard sword. This sword technique caused Chu Mu to be greatly alarmed when it came stabbing towards him. With the heaven-rending sword in hand, it was as if it could split a mountain with a thunderous boom. When the two swords clashed, a tyrannical power shook the air and a piercing sound wave spread. Chu Mu's body trembled as he dispelled the rebounding force. He spun, and the heaven-rending sword pierced out like a meteor. The sword light was incomparably fierce. With a flick of Chu Mu's wrist, the sword light poured down like a torrential downpour. Good sword art. With a loud shout, the attacker brandished his sword light. The sword light danced in the air. After blocking Chu Mu's sword light, he turned again and slashed down with his sword. The momentum was heavy, as if it could split a mountain. The sword body trembled. Under the power of the earthquake, the sword broke apart the opponent's sword and counterattacked. From the attacker's aura, Chumu knew that he was at least at the seventh sky of Nirvana stage. His attainments in sword art were far superior to the Leaf family's third celestial guard. Although he couldn't compare with Chumu, his cultivation far surpassed Chumu's. Even though Chumu had a powerful body transformation cultivation, he couldn't resist because the difference in cultivation was too great. The difference between the early third sky and the seventh sky was at least fourth sky. Sometimes, in the face of an absolute difference in strength, many skills were reduced to a joke. In the battle, Chumu gradually fell to a disadvantage, but with his exquisite sword art he held on. He wondered if he should use his sword domain. With a difference of at least fourth sky, his sword domain might not be able to suppress his opponent. Not to mention, as they fought, Chumu felt that his opponent didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Although his sword art was swift and fierce, his attacks were fierce and merciless. There was no killing intent. Whether there was killing intent or not, Chumu could completely feel it. For a moment, he didn't understand what this person's intentions were. At first, he thought it was the Leaf family. Then he thought that his identity had been exposed and he was being hunted down. But now it seemed that it wasn't. As his thoughts raced, Chumu's sword art was endless. Although he was at a disadvantage because of the absolute difference in strength, he was tenacious and tenacious. Occasionally he would counterattack once or twice, but it was wonderful to the extreme. It was like a stroke of genius, forcing his opponent to dodge or block. The more they fought, the more they felt the exquisiteness of Chumu's sword art. After all, the opponent's sword art attainments were obviously inferior to Chumu's. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't completely suppress Chumu. Regardless of whether the opponent had killing intent or what his purpose was, Chumu wouldn't give in. The ancient, archaic sword art was displayed. The tyrannical ancient sword Chi shot into the sky, startling the opponent. The earth-shaking force erupted, and the long sword vibrated at a high speed. The void couldn't withstand it, leaving only scratches that didn't disappear for a long time. The ancient, archaic sword art under the earth-shaking force was very terrifying. The opponent was horrified. The sudden counterattack made him a little flustered. It was unknown whether the opponent was deliberately hiding it or the sword art was really like that. The opponent's sword art was still the same, and Chumu turned the tables on him. With a move of wind rising and thunder destruction, and then thunder prison breaking, he blasted the opponent more than 10 meters away. Stop! Just as Chumu was about to slash again, the opponent abruptly shouted. This person was an old man in a black robe. He was the one who had been following Chumu. Your Excellency's sword art is good. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. The old man laughed heartily. What do you want to say? Chumu slightly frowned, then immediately relaxed. The sky beheading sword fell naturally as he stared at the opponent and said indifferently. Speaking of which, the opponent seemed to have limited his cultivation and didn't use his full strength. Your Excellency dared to challenge the dignity of the Leaf family. Let me see you in a higher light. To be able to kill 8 cultivators of the same cultivation level and a powerful enemy of the 5th sky of the Nirvana realm with your early 3rd sky of the Nirvana realm cultivation, I have a whole new level of respect for you. That's why I made a move to test you. Please don't blame me, the old man said with a smile. Your Excellency's cultivation level may not be high, but your sword art is exquisite and peerless. It's something I have never seen before. You flatter me. Chumu's reaction was very calm. Even if his sword art was placed in the 4 major galaxies of the human race, no one in the same generation could compare with him. In the deep blue world, which obviously didn't only cultivate the sword, it was needless to say. However, Chumu wouldn't be complacent. Although his sword art was unfathomable, his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Moreover, the cultivators in the deep blue world had also mastered techniques. The power of those techniques seemed to be very strong and couldn't be underestimated. He believed that this black-robed old man in front of him must have also mastered techniques. It was just that he hadn't used them yet. However, the Li family is a 1,000-year-old family with a deep foundation. They will definitely not let you go. The old man changed the topic. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Chu Mu replied indifferently. Your Excellency is very bold. The old man praised. My name is Mu Shihua, and I'm the Vice Hall Master of the Sky-Bearing Academy. I see that your Excellency's sword art is exquisite, and I would like to invite you to the Sky-Bearing Academy to be a sword art instructor. What do you think? Sword art instructor. Chu Mu came to a realization. So this was the old man's motive. His mind spun quickly as he weighed the pros and cons. My Sky-Bearing Academy isn't inferior to the Li family. If you become the sword art instructor of the Sky-Bearing Academy, the Sky-Bearing Academy will take care of the grudge between you and the Li family. The old man said as he waited for Chu Mu's decision. Chapter 13:16. The Kanglin Empire had a vast territory, and Yan Mountain was only one of them. The Sky-Bearing Academy was also one of them. The Sky-Bearing Academy faced the Kanglin River and was backed by the Shaku Mountain. It could be said that it was a place blessed by mountains and rivers. The Kanglin Empire was dominated by the imperial family and supported by the nobles. There were also various sects and clans. To a certain extent, all of them were dependent on the Kanglin Empire and respected the empire. The Sky-Bearing Academy was rather reputable in the Kanglin Empire and was not inferior to the 1,000-year-old Li family. It was no wonder that Mu Shihua dared to say that as long as Chu Mu was willing to be the sword instructor of the Sky-Bearing Academy, the Sky-Bearing Academy would take care of the grudge between Chu Mu and the Li family. This showed that the Sky-Bearing Academy had great confidence and was not afraid of the Li family. They could even suppress the Li family. The Li family was, after all, an aristocratic family with 1,000 years of history. They were extraordinary and could not be easily provoked. Mu Shihua, as the Vice Hall Master of Sky-Bearing Academy, was willing to let Sky-Bearing Academy and the Li family become enemies because of Chu Mu's sword technique. Mu Shihua had lived for more than 100 years, and as the vice chairperson of the Sky-Bearing Academy, he had seen many sword experts who thought they were extraordinary. However, compared to Chu Mu, they paled in comparison. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon. It was indescribable that a third sky of Nirvana stage cultivator could go against an eighth sky of Nirvana stage cultivator with just his sword techniques. As the vice chairperson of the Sky-Bearing Academy, Mu Shihua's eyesight was outstanding. One was sincere in his invitation, while the other had a need. Just like that, Chu Mu became the sword instructor of the Sky-Bearing Academy. Chu Mu's idea was to use the Sky-Bearing Academy as a starting point to integrate into the deep blue world. Furthermore, the Sky-Bearing Academy was different from the sects and clans. As the sword instructor, he could read many books and understand this world better. Along the way to the Sky-Bearing Academy, Mu Shihua introduced the history and current situation of the Sky-Bearing Academy to Chu Mu in detail. The founder of the Sky-Bearing Academy was a martial saint and was titled the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint. The Sky-Bearing Academy did not have much fame when it was first established, but under the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint's painstaking management, it gradually developed. After a few hundred years, it finally became a rather reputable academy in the Kanglin Empire. Ever since the Heaven-Bearing Academy had truly developed, the Heaven-Bearing Sword Saint had gone out to travel and left the Heaven-Bearing Academy in the hands of the two vice-chairmen. Every time the vice-chairman's cultivation broke through the Nirvana realm and reached the Eternity realm, they would retire. Mu Shihua was the 6th-generation deputy chairperson. The other deputy chairperson was called Lin Yuan, who was also a 6th-generation deputy chairperson like Mu Shihua. However, Lin Yuan had assumed the position 10 years earlier than Mu Shihua. The Sky-Bearing Academy had two main departments, the Spell Department and the Sword Department. There were also other smaller departments such as the pill department, the sword department, and so on. The spell department and the sword department were the Tao of battle of the human race in the deep blue world. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the human race cultivated both the spell department and the sword department. However, some people focused on the spell department while others focused on the sword department. Of course, there were also cultivators who focused on the spell department and the sword department. For example, the founder of the Sky-Bearing Academy, the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint, was a cultivator who focused on the sword department. His attainments in the sword department were profound and profound. After reaching the Eternity Realm, he received the title of Sword Saint. However, there were too few cultivators who focused on the sword department and were able to achieve great results. This led to cultivators focusing on the spell department and the sword department as a supplement. The original Sky-Bearing Academy, because of the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint, focused on the sword department and the spell department as a supplement. However, ever since the Sky-Bearing Sword Saint did not care about the academy and went out to travel, he had not returned for a few hundred years. Coupled with the fact that there were many cultivators who focused on the spell department, the sword department gradually declined. The current Sky-Bearing Academy focused on both the spell department and the sword department. According to Mu Shihua, the Vice Hall Master focused on the spell department and the sword department. Mu Shihua, on the other hand, focused on the sword department and the spell department. After hearing Mu Shihua's words, Chu Mu thought for a while and immediately felt that the sword department's standard in the Sky-Bearing Academy was only average. The Vice Hall Master, who focused on the sword department, could only be considered average in the sword department. Fortunately, Chu Mu's goal was not to learn any profound sword department, nor was it to improve his sword department. He only wanted to use the Sky-Bearing Academy as a springboard. The Sky-Bearing Academy had a good reputation, and many students came because of its reputation. In order to avoid overcrowding, the academy had its own rules. First of all, to become a student of the academy, one had to have a certain level of talent, be it in the sword department or the spell department. Secondly, one had to pay a tuition fee to enter the academy. Without a source of income, the academy could not operate normally. Even with so many restrictions, the Sky-Bearing Academy had more than 10,000 students. These 10,000 students had different levels of cultivation. However, the lowest level of cultivation was at the astral realm, followed by the spirit condensation realm, followed by the nirvana realm. According to the different levels of cultivation, the students were divided into 3 levels: the Black Palace students, the Earth Palace students, and the Heaven Palace students. This corresponded to the astral realm, spirit condensation realm, and nirvana realm. Hiring a swordsmanship instructor was not a small matter. Mu Shihua did not have the final say in the Sky-Bearing Academy. He had to inform the other Vice Hall Master. Of course, this was a matter of face, so he had to inform the other Vice Hall Master. What? The head instructor of the sword department? After Mu Shihua introduced Chu Mu, he explained his goal. Lin Yuan immediately creased his eyebrows, and his tone seemed to be a bit unhappy. Chu Mu looked at Mu Shihua in surprise. On the way here, Mu Shihua said that he wanted Chu Mu to be the sword department instructor and not the head instructor of the academy. The head instructor and instructor differed by one word, but the meaning was completely different. It was like the difference between an officer and a soldier. Furthermore, the academy referred to the entire academy and not just one of the academies. That's right. Young friend, Chu's attainments in sword department are very profound. Even I admit that I am inferior to you. Mu Shihua said with certainty, which made Lin Yuan a little uncertain. He looked at Chu Mu deeply, as though he wanted to see through Chu Mu. Chu Mu looked very young, and it was impossible to tell his exact age. However, he should be dozens of years old and was at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. He could be considered a genius. However, Lin Yuan did not care about what Mu Shihua said about Chu Mu's attainments in sword department being so profound that even he admitted that he was inferior to him. Mu Shihua's attainments in sword department could be said to be one of the best in Sky-Bearing Academy. If he said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. If Chu Mu knew what Lin Yuan was thinking, he would be speechless. He had already experienced Mu Shihua's attainments in sword department. It was indeed not bad, but it was only not bad. His cultivation was at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. If such attainments in sword department were placed in the 4 great stellar domains, it would only be considered average. It was far from being comparable to Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan had not even grasped sword force. After grasping sword force and cultivating it to a high level, Chu Mu realized that without understanding the essence of sword department and grasping sword force, one's attainments in sword department would always be limited. However, now was not the time for him to speak. Chu Mu stood motionless and did not say a word. He allowed Mu Shihua to explain. Brother Mu, the disciples of the Heaven Palace are all at the Nirvana realm. A few of them have exceptional attainments in sword department. This young friend's cultivation is only at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. Of course, if he can receive your praise, his attainments in sword department must be extraordinary as well. Why don't you take on the role of Earth Palace sword department instructor? What do you think? Lin Yuan said to Mu Shihua without looking at Chu Mu. Lin Yuan's words were belittling Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu did not mind. As long as the other party did not directly provoke him or violate his dignity, he would not be angry over such a small matter. After all, his temperament was not that bad. No, Brother Lin, I think that young friend Chu should be the head instructor of Earth Palace sword department. He has the ability to do so, Mu Shihua emphasized. All right, Brother Mu, it's decided then. Young friend Chu will take on the role of Earth Palace sword department instructor. He will be in charge of the 3 departments of Earth Palace sword department. We will talk about it in the future. Lin Yuan interrupted Mu Shihua's words and said decisively. In terms of seniority, he was older than Mu Shihua. In terms of strength, he was also stronger than Mu Shihua. Therefore, he felt that he had more authority than Mu Shihua as they were both vice sect masters. Mu Shihua had never argued with Lin Yuan for anything. He was already used to it. However, this time, Mu Shihua still wanted to fight for it. This was because he knew how good Chu Mu's sword department was and had personally experienced it. Vice Sect Master Mu, I will take on the role of Earth Palace sword department instructor. Chu Mu said, although he was not angry. Chu Mu could not be bothered to argue over the position of head instructor. Sky-Bearing Academy was just a springboard. Since Chu Mu had already spoken, Mu Shihua opened his mouth, but did not argue with Lin Yuan in the end. Young friend Chu, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. After leaving, Mu Shihua apologized on the way. He was also a little angry that Lin Yuan did not give him any face. Vice Sect Master Mu, you originally promised me the position of sword department instructor. Chu Mu smiled slightly, indicating that he did not mind. If I were to be the head instructor of sword department instructor, I would be afraid that I would not be able to do it. No, it is the Academy's loss to not let you be the head instructor of sword department instructor, Mu Shihua said solemnly. Let's talk about this in the future. Chu Mu did not want to continue discussing this topic as there was no need to. Vice Sect Master Mu, how are the 3 departments of Earth Palace sword department that I am in charge of? Since Chu Mu did not want to continue discussing this topic, Mu Shihua did not continue either. Instead, he turned to introduce the Earth Palace sword department to Chu Mu. Sky-Bearing Academy was generally divided into 2 major departments and 3 major palaces. The spell department and the sword department each had their own mysterious palace, Earth Palace and Heaven Palace. Each palace had its own branch. After all, there are tens of thousands of students in the academy, and it was impossible to gather all of them to teach sword department. The mysterious palace had the most students, with about 6,000 of them. The Earth Palace had the second most students, with about 3,000 of them. The Heaven Palace had about 1,000 of them. The Earth Palace was divided into 10 departments, with about 300 students in each department. Each department was taught by a sword department instructor. The previous sword department instructor of the 3 departments had to leave the academy for some matters and needed to be replaced. Chapter 13:17. Today was the day for the 3 sections of the Earth Palace Sword Technique class. 299 students of the Spirit Condensation realm arrived at the 3 sections of the Earth Palace Sword Technique. As a force that surpassed the 1,000-year-old Leaf family, the Sky-Bearing Academy had a vast territory. Each section and palace had their own grounds and would not interfere with each other. Furthermore, the scenery was beautiful and the elemental energy was dense. It was a good training environment. The 3 sections of the Underground Palace Sword Technique were located beside the Jade Lake. The training hall was made of wood, and the floor was also made of wood. In order to prevent it from being damaged, various seals were set up to protect the training hall from being damaged by external forces. The area of the training hall was vast and could accommodate thousands of people at the same time without feeling crowded. It was easy to accommodate only 299 people. The 299 students of the Spirit Condensation realm sat cross-legged around the training hall. They were all familiar with each other, and after sitting down in 2s and 3s, they started chatting. Some of them talked about the spells they had just mastered. Some of them talked about everything under the sun, and some of them talked about nothing at all. Everyone, I received a piece of news. Do you want to hear it? Suddenly, a young man stood up and raised his hands to signal for everyone to stop talking. Jiangyan, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. Not far away, a young man shouted, "Speak! Quiet, quiet!" Jiang Yun waved his hands to silence the commotion. According to the latest news I received, there is a new sword instructor for the 3 sections of the Earth Palace Sword Technique. TSK, I thought it was some new news. The original instructor of the 3 sections of the Earth Palace Sword Technique has left. We have one less sword instructor, so the academy will naturally hire someone else. Immediately, someone said in a disdainful tone. Everyone else also showed a disappointed expression. Don't be anxious, I'm not done yet. Being looked down upon by everyone, Jiang Yun hurriedly said and waved his hands. The new sword instructor this time is different. What's different? Tell us. Listen to me, slowly. Jiang Yun revealed a smug look. As you all know, my uncle is a member of the Academy's Heavenly Palace's Sword Art Department, so my uncle has a basic understanding of the Academy's matters. This time, our new instructor is called Chu Mu. It is said that his cultivation is at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. He was personally invited back by Vice Sect Leader Mu when he was outside. It is said that Vice Sect Leader Mu wants this Chu Mu to be the head instructor of swordsmanship in the Academy. The head instructor of the Academy's swordsmanship. Jiang Yun's words immediately caused a commotion. As students of the Academy, they knew very well what the position of the head instructor of swordsmanship was like. Simply put, in the Heaven-Bearing Academy, the sect lord was naturally the most respected. However, the sect lord, the Heaven-Bearing Sword Saint, had not appeared in the Academy for hundreds of years. Occasionally, there would be news of him appearing in other places. Under the Lord, there were 2 Vice Lords. Of course, there were also some retired Vice Lords. They had all broken through to the everlasting realm and became saints. They would only show up when the Academy was in danger. These people's positions were no lower than the Vice Lords. In fact, they were even higher. Under the Vice Lords, it could be said that the head instructor of the Academy was the most respected. The Academy was divided into the Spell Department and the Swordsmanship Department. Naturally, there would be 2 head instructors and 1 vice head instructor. Among them, there was already a head instructor for the Spell Department, but the position of head instructor for the Sword Department had been vacant for many years. Speaking of which, before Mu Shihua became the Vice Lord, he was the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy. The heaven-bearing sword saint had stipulated that the upper echelons of the academy could not hold multiple positions. After Mu Shihua became the Vice Lord, the position of the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy became vacant. Naturally, many people wanted to take up this position. However, the position of the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy was extremely important. If one's swordsmanship was not good enough, not only would there be no benefits, it would also be embarrassing. It was important to note that Mu Shihua had been promoted from the head instructor of swordsmanship to the Vice Lord. Lin Yuan had also been promoted from the head instructor of spells to the Vice Lord. In short, most of the Vice Lords of the academy were promoted from the head instructor. Being the head instructor meant that one could become the Vice Lord of the academy in the future. For many people, this was a great attraction. It greatly increased the value of the position of the head instructor. The sword department of the mysterious palace had a total of 20 swordsmanship instructors. Among them, the one with the highest attainment in swordsmanship was known as the number 1 swordsmanship instructor. The Earth Palace had 10 swordsmanship instructors, and one of them was the number 1 swordsmanship instructor. Similarly, the Heavenly Palace had 10 swordsmanship instructors, and one of them was the number 1 swordsmanship instructor. Whoever became the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy would be the leader of the 40 swordsmanship instructors, at least in name. In short, the position of the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy was highly sought after. Many people wanted it, but they did not have the ability to do so at present. I heard that the number 1 swordsmanship instructor in the Heavenly Palace, Feng Shanhai, had applied for the position of the head instructor many times but was rejected. This time, Vice Lord Mu invited an outsider to be the head instructor of swordsmanship. Will Feng Shanhai be angry when he finds out? Let's not talk about what Feng Shanhai thinks first. I'm very curious now. This new swordsmanship instructor, Chu Mu, is so capable that Vice Lord Mu directly promoted him to the position of the head instructor of swordsmanship. Is he planning to cultivate an heir? Who knows? Maybe this new swordsmanship instructor's attainment in swordsmanship is really good. I don't think so. According to my uncle, this new instructor looks very young. I don't think he's much older than us, Jiang Yin said. At this age, even if he specializes in swordsmanship, his attainment in swordsmanship can't be too profound. How can he be the head instructor of swordsmanship in the academy? It's useless to say more. When the new swordsmanship instructor arrives, we'll find out. That's right. It's a pity that Chun Li didn't come. Otherwise, it would be better if he did. Chen Li's swordsmanship is profound. Even the previous instructor was no match for him in swordsmanship. It's inevitable that he's arrogant. Yes, Chun Li is really a monster. His cultivation is similar to ours, but his attainment in swordsmanship is much higher than ours. Even the previous instructor couldn't teach him. No wonder he didn't come. It's better for him to practice swordsmanship on his own. This suggestion was immediately unanimously approved by the crowd. Chu Mu didn't know what these students were thinking. He left his residence and leisurely walked to the training hall of the 3 swordsmanship sects in the underground palace. The aura within the training hall was chaotic. With a slight differentiation, Chu Mu knew how many people were in the training hall. There were a total of 299 people. Mu Shihua had told Chu Mu that there were 300 people. In other words, there was still one person who hadn't arrived. However, Chu Mu didn't care at all. His duty was to spend 8 hours every 2 days to teach swordsmanship in the 3 swordsmanship sects. As for how many students came, he didn't care because his true goal wasn't to teach here for the rest of his life. Chu Mu walked into the training hall. What entered his eyes were nearly 300 young faces. There were men and women. They all looked different, but they all looked good. The 299 students all looked at Chu Mu. So many gazes fell on Chu Mu's face, but Chu Mu didn't panic at all. His mind was calm, and he seemed very calm. Even if a few hundred god condensation realm swordsmen gathered their aura together, they wouldn't be able to shake Chu Mu in the slightest. Hello, students. My name is Chu Mu. I am your new swordsmanship instructor. If there are no questions, let's start today's swordsmanship lesson. Chu Mu calmly walked to an empty corner of the training hall and said very directly. This kind of straightforward attitude caused the students to be startled one after another. The new swordsmanship instructor seems to have a personality. Someone immediately transmitted a message. Indeed, he has a personality. I wonder how his swordsmanship is. As swordsmanship instructors, there were also differences in their swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be known as the number one instructor. Instructor, I have a question. Immediately, a young female swordsman stood up and said, Speak. Chu Mu sat down cross-legged and replied plainly. Although he intended to use Sky Bearing Academy as a starting point and didn't want to stay here for too long, Chu Mu naturally had to do his job. He didn't intend to be perfunctory. Instructor, how old are you this year? The female student's question made Chu Mu flabbergasted, while the other students were clearly very interested. I am here to teach swordsmanship. Don't ask me anything that has nothing to do with swordsmanship. Chu Mu said very straightforwardly. Chu Mu's answer instantly made the students feel very bored. Instructor, since you don't want to answer this question, I have a very big question that I hope you can answer. Jian Yun quickly stood up. Everyone looked at him, hoping that he would ask a sharp question to challenge the new instructor. Your new swordsmanship instructor, we don't know how good you are in swordsmanship and whether you are qualified to teach us swordsmanship. It had to be said that Jian Yun's question was very direct and could be said to be sharp. It was like an unsheathed sword that directly pierced towards Chu Mu without mercy. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. They all looked at Chu Mu with sharp gazes, wanting to see how Chu Mu would respond. Facts speak louder than words. Chu Mu said plainly. He stood up and walked to the center of the training hall. He faced Jian Yun and said, If you have any questions about my swordsmanship, you can come up and spar with me. I will let you know. Okay. Jian Yun immediately agreed. He was a little excited. He thought that if the new instructor's swordsmanship was average and defeated him, the academy would have to change another instructor to prevent him from misleading the students. If he was defeated, it would prove that the new instructor's swordsmanship was above his. However, if he was barely defeated, it would mean that the new instructor wasn't qualified to teach them swordsmanship. If he was easily defeated, it would mean that they had met an excellent instructor. That would be their lucky day. No matter what, knowing the standard of Chu Mu's swordsmanship wasn't bad for the students. On the contrary, it was beneficial. Jian Yun walked out and stood opposite Chu Mu. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 13:18. Instructor, I won't be polite. Jian Yun's eyes were filled with excitement as he unsheathed his sword. The sword light was as cold as autumn water, and the sound of the sword being unsheathed was pleasing to the ear. The bright sword light reflected in Jian Yun's eyes, and his battle intent was like a spark that ignited a prairie fire, becoming more vigorous. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. The sword light was sharp, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the void, piercing towards Chu Mu. So fast! Jian Yun's swordsmanship has improved again. The other students in the training hall exclaimed. They were all familiar with each other, and Jian Yun was the type of person who loved to be in the limelight. Thus, they all knew of Jian Yun's strength. Who would have thought that after not seeing Jian Yun fight for a few days, his swordsmanship would improve again? But thinking about it, Jian Yun's uncle was the instructor of the Heavenly Palace sword art. With him guiding Jian Yun, it would be strange if he didn't improve. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, this sword that seemed exquisite was full of flaws. He only stretched out his hands, and the sharp sword light stopped in midair. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils contracted, and their faces were filled with shock. Jiang Yan's sword was actually caught by the new instructor's 2 fingers. Jiang Yan exerted force, wanting to pull out his sword. But Chu Mu's 2 fingers were like cast iron, not moving in the slightest. No matter how much force Jiang Yan exerted, he couldn't move them in the slightest. Your swordsmanship is too weak, Chu Mu indifferently said, loosening his fingers. Jiang Yan exerted force once more, and immediately he was sent flying backwards, falling on his butt. His face was flushed red, and his embarrassment turned into anger. You didn't even use your sword, Jiang Yan retorted. Of course. Jiang Yan's words weren't without reason. Even if one's swordsmanship wasn't high, as long as one's cultivation was high enough and their eyesight was sharp, they could still use their fingers to catch the opponent's sword. Then take this. Chu Mu faintly smiled. His finger was like a sword as it pierced towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, who had just stood up, suddenly felt as if Chu Mu's finger had become a divine sword that had been unsheathed. It was so sharp that there was nowhere for him to hide. He couldn't even block it because he felt as if his thoughts had been frozen. He couldn't keep up at all and couldn't react at all. This finger, this sword was too fast, too fast. It was incomparably profound. Jiang Yan seemed to have turned into a wooden puppet. Even his eyes were somewhat sluggish. That was because, even though he tried his best to react, he was still unable to keep up. The sword finger stopped at the center of Jiang Yan's brows. The terrifying sharpness penetrated through, causing Jiang Yan to involuntarily shudder. He only felt a piercing pain in the center of his brows. His brain felt waves of coldness, as though there were steel needles piercing into it. Jiang Yan's eyes were trembling. His heart was filled with fear. If they were enemies, then right now he would already be dead, his soul scattered. Chu Mu retracted his finger. Jiang Yan's eyes were still sluggish. It took him a while to react, but his gaze towards Chu Mu had an additional tinge of respect. The other students more or less had some attainments in swordsmanship and had some eyesight. Naturally, they could tell that Chu Mu's finger was extraordinary. However, they didn't experience it as deeply as Jiang Yan. Therefore, their eyes were still filled with doubt. If anyone has any questions, you can come up and give it a try. Chu Mu faintly said, If there are no more questions, today's swordsmanship lesson will begin. Teacher, please give me your guidance, Jiang Yan respectfully said. He walked back to his seat and sat down with a sincere attitude. Jiang Yan's swordsmanship could be ranked in the top 3 among the 300 students. He was only slightly inferior to Chenli. His performance surprised everyone and made them even more doubtful. However, based on their understanding of Jiang Yan, they knew that even though he liked to show off, he was also arrogant. Therefore, they didn't challenge Chu Mu again. Chu Mu's first swordsmanship lesson in Sky Bearing Academy thus began. Let me ask you a question first. Why do you practice swordsmanship? Chu Mu asked. Of course, it's to improve our abilities. Someone immediately answered. There were other answers, but in general, they were all for the sake of improving one's abilities. After all, in this world, the strong were respected. No matter how much wealth one had, one couldn't protect it without power. What is a sword? What is a sword? What is a swordsmanship? Chu Mu asked 3 questions in a row. The 299 students looked at each other. They didn't know that the so-called swordsmanship teacher started with these questions. What was the use of these questions? They didn't understand. According to past swordsmanship teachers, they would first demonstrate the swordsmanship, then explain in detail the techniques of the swordsmanship. Then the students would ask questions and answer them one by one. Finally, the students would spar and point out their inadequacies. There had never been a swordsmanship teacher like Chu Mu. A novel teaching method might be refreshing, but no one felt that the questions raised by Chu Mu had any practical use. This was because their understanding of swordsmanship and swordsmanship was too shallow. This was also a characteristic of the deep blue world, where both spells and swordsmanship were cultivated. Furthermore, spells were the mainstream. "Teacher, may I ask if these questions have any use?" someone asked. "Whether they have any use or not depends on how you interpret them." Chu-mu replied, "Now you can ask questions about swordsmanship one by one. I will answer them one by one." Chu-mu didn't explain the meaning of these questions, which made the students unhappy. However, Chu-mu's attitude was firm and he wasn't willing to explain. If they didn't understand, they didn't understand. Even if they explained, they still didn't understand. It would be a waste of effort. Jiang Yin first asked a question about swordsmanship, and Chu-mu immediately answered it. He went straight to the point and immediately made Jiang Yin feel enlightened. The immediate effect made the other students excited. They all raised their questions about swordsmanship, and Chu-mu answered all of them. Soon, 8 hours had passed. In these 8 hours, Chu-mu answered all of the students' questions about swordsmanship. He ignored all of the questions that had nothing to do with swordsmanship. In these 8 hours, Chu-mu had left a deep impression on the students. The first impression was that Chu-mu was very strong and he was a man of his word. The second impression was that he was very mysterious, which made people have a desire to explore him. The third impression was that he was very profound and knowledgeable in swordsmanship, at least for all of the students' questions, even if they were deliberately difficult. Chu-mu answered all of them. Moreover, most of the questions had immediate effects. In just 8 hours, people could understand a bit or even more than half of the questions. These 3 impressions were enough to make Chu-mu the focus of discussion among the students of the 3 sword divisions in the underground palace. "Come, let's have a spar. I felt that I comprehended something just now." After the discussion about Chu-mu, the topic shifted to swordsmanship. The students all drew their swords and began to spar with swordsmanship. After 8 hours of swordsmanship teaching, Chu-mu left and went straight to the library. This was one of the reasons why he was willing to be a swordsmanship instructor in the school. Books recorded the development of a race and civilization. They recorded the history of a civilization's development. From books, one could effectively know the development of a race and civilization. Basically, swordsmanship would be taught once every 3 days. The rest of the time was free to be arranged. It was very sufficient. With the identity of a swordsmanship instructor, Chu-mu could enter the library at will to read the books. However, Chu-mu couldn't enter the upper levels of the library with his current identity. The books, they were more important, secret books. To Chu-mu, they weren't very useful. He only needed detailed information about the deep blue world. The most important thing was the location of the world spirit. After finding the relevant books, he sat on a chair in the library and started reading. After reading a few books, Chu-mu returned to his residence to cultivate. The instructor's residence was pretty good. It was a standalone unit with a sword practice room. It was very considerate. Now, Chu-mu's daily cultivation had an additional task. It was to comprehend the power of time. Among the various powers of heaven and earth, the power of time was the most important. Chu-mu had tried to comprehend it many times but failed. It was only until the hidden peak underwent a space-time transition and entered a space-time wormhole that he was able to comprehend the power of time by chance. However, after the space-time transition, the power of time stopped at the esoteric level. It was only a fine line away from the law. Now, what Chu-mu needed to do was to try his best to transform the esoteric of time into the law of time. Once he mastered the power of the law of time, he would be able to use it in battle. Day after day passed. Chu-mu had been in the Sky-Bearing Academy for half a month as the instructor of the 3 sword techniques in the Earth Palace. In this half a month, he had taught a total of 4 sword techniques. Each time he would spend 8 hours answering the students' questions, allowing them to spar and give pointers. Sometimes he would personally spar with the students to point out the flaws in their sword techniques. After Chu-mu's 4 lessons, every student realized that their sword techniques had improved significantly. Today was the 5th time he had taught a sword technique. Chu-mu also realized that there was an unfamiliar face among the students. It was a student who looked ordinary but had a unique temperament. When he opened and closed his eyes, they shone brightly and were as sharp as the edge of a sword. When Chumu appeared, this student had been staring at Chumu. "Instructor, my name is Chun-Li. I heard that your sword techniques are profound and unfathomable," Chun-Li said as he stood up and walked to the center of the training hall. His gaze was even sharper. "I only believe in the sword in my hand. Please give me some pointers." As he spoke, Chun-Li unsheathed his sword. There was a cold gleam on the tip of the sword. Chumu knew who Chun-Li was. After all, as the instructor of the 3 sword techniques in the Earth Palace, Chumu had some understanding of the students. According to what he knew, Chun-Li had an extraordinary level of attainment in sword techniques. Even the previous sword instructor was inferior to him in terms of sword techniques. This situation caused Chun-Li to be even more arrogant. He felt that the current sword technique instructors simply didn't have the qualifications to instruct him. This time, however, he had heard the other students talk about it a few times. Ultimately, he was interested and came to take a look, planning to have a sword duel with Chumu. Chapter 1319. With a flash of cold light, the sword in Chun-Li's hand rapidly pierced towards Chumu. This sword strike was direct and concise. It already had a feeling of returning to simplicity. It faintly touched upon the essence of swordsmanship. Chumu's eyes flashed with surprise. After staying here for a period of time, he had a general understanding of the level of swordsmanship of the students. Chun-Li's sword strike at this moment allowed Chumu to see that his attainments in swordsmanship were much higher than Jiang Yun's. Even among his peers in the 4 great star domains, he could be considered quite good and ranked among the top. This meant that Chun-Li's talent in swordsmanship was above average. However, compared to Chumu, this level was still too far away. A sword pierced over. In the eyes of the other students, it was as fast as lightning. Their faces were filled with shock, but Chumu's expression didn't change. Even the crowd didn't see clearly how he attacked. The sword light flipped, and Chun-Li stood in place blankly. His hand was empty. The sword was in Chumu's hand, and the blade was resting on Chun-Li's neck. Chun-Li himself did not see how his sword was taken away or how it was placed against his neck. Each of them was as big as a fist, so big that it could fit in a fist. Chun-Li's swordsmanship was superb. Even the previous swordsmanship instructor was no match for him. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even have the slightest bit of resistance against this new swordsmanship instructor? He had used his highest level of swordsmanship, but his opponent had actually snatched his sword away and even placed it against his own neck. It had to be said that this was a great irony. From this, it also showed how amazing the new swordsmanship instructor's attainments in swordsmanship were. In an instant, the students who came back to their senses felt their blood boil. The swordsmanship of the new swordsmanship instructor had once again exceeded their expectations. The stronger and more profound the instructor's swordsmanship was, the more advantageous it was for them. With a slight tremble of his finger, the sword flew into Chun-Li's hand. However, Chun-Li did not return to his original position. He only stared at Chumu with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to melt Chumu. If Chun-Li was a beautiful woman, looking at Chumu like this would make him feel comfortable. However, Chun-Li was a man. "Student Chun-Li, please return to your seat," Chumu had to say. After bowing to Chumu, Chun-Li returned to his original position and sat down cross-legged, but his eyes were still blazing. "Let's begin today's swordsmanship lesson," Chumu said. Chun-Li's challenge was just a small interlude. Chumu didn't mind it, but the other students' attitudes were even more sincere. This could be considered a good thing. Chumu began to explain Chun-Li's sword move. He explained the profound techniques and essence within it to the students in an easy-to-understand manner so that they could all understand. After listening, Chun-Li's understanding of his own sword move deepened. His eyes shone even brighter. Very quickly, under Chumu's guidance, 8 hours were up. This meant that the swordsmanship lesson had come to an end. Only the word, wanting to continue, could describe the feelings of the students. They had never thought that the cultivation of swordsmanship could be such a delightful thing. This was indeed the case. If they couldn't understand or practice it, their interest would naturally be greatly reduced. However, if they could quickly comprehend and be enlightened, it would make them feel happy and full of confidence. After the swordsmanship lesson ended, Chun-Li caught up with Chu-Mu and said that he wanted to be Chu-Mu's disciple and learn swordsmanship. However, he was rejected by Chu-Mu. Although Chun-Li was a good seedling, Chu-Mu's mind wasn't here. After going to the book collection department to read the relevant books, Chu-Mu's understanding of the deep blue world deepened. Aside from the human race, there were 2 other races in the deep blue world. One was a race that was larger than the human race. They lived in the vast ocean and were called the sea race. The other race had the least number of people and was far inferior to the human race. However, even the large sea race didn't dare to underestimate them. This race was called the celestial race. There was more information about the sea race and less about the celestial race. This added a layer of mystery to the celestial race. Chu-Mu didn't deliberately understand the sea race and the celestial race. There was no need for that at the moment. He mainly wanted to know the location of the world spirit. The sea race and the celestial race were only incidental. Apart from that, there was also information about spells. Spells was a general term. It was different from sword arts. It was a combat cultivation path. Between heaven and earth, there were all kinds of forces. They were called 3,000 in number: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, cloud, light, shadow, blood, snow, stars, space, time, etc. They all existed between heaven and earth. They were a type of heaven and earth energy. The first experts of the deep blue world created different methods of application according to the different heaven and earth energy. After a long period of exploration and development, they gradually formed a more complete system. They were collectively called spells. The laws of spells were divided according to the different heaven and earth energy. They were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and so on. Different spells had different ways of displaying them and different powers. To cultivate spells, one needed to first learn the seal technique. The basic seal technique was the prerequisite for all spells. After becoming proficient in the basic seal technique, one could then cultivate the seal technique of different spells. Using the heaven and earth energy one had grasped, one could draw the corresponding energy from the heaven and earth to achieve the goal of using spells. Out of curiosity, Chu-Mu specially flipped through the books related to spells. He had a deeper understanding of spells and was even more amazed by the Tao of spells. This Tao was not inferior to the Tao of the sword at all. Finding the location of the world spirit was of utmost importance. However, there were bound to be others besides him. For example, the foreign races that had entered the deep blue world. During the search, there would inevitably be conflicts and battles. There would also be clashes with the native experts of the deep blue world. Chu-Mu felt that it was necessary to understand techniques. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to emerge victorious in every battle. After understanding the wonders of spells, Chu-Mu had the thought of cultivating spells. However, this was a distracting thought. As soon as it appeared, it was immediately cut down by Chu-Mu's sword intent. Chu-Mu was a sword master and a swordsman. What he pursued was the Tao of the sword. Sword Tao and Formula Tao were 2 completely different paths. Sword Tao focused on sword intent and sword skills. Heaven and earth energy was a type of support. Formula Tao, on the other hand, focused on heaven and earth energy. It had nothing to do with sword skills or sword intent. A person's energy was always limited. Moreover, the path of Sword Tao and Formula Tao was different. Originally, the path of Sword Tao had taken up too much of Chu-Mu's time. He simply couldn't divert his attention to Formula Dao. Moreover, cultivating one type of spell wouldn't be of much help to Chu Mu's strength, unless he cultivated a hybrid spell, that was, fusing different spells. For example, metal and water, fire and earth, wind and thunder, and so on. It was even possible to combine 3 spells. The power of a hybrid spell was far greater than a single spell. However, it was also more difficult to cultivate. After gaining a deeper understanding of techniques, Chu Mu felt that the Deep Blue World's cultivators had taken a wrong path. That was to cultivate both sword techniques and techniques at the same time. This was different from cultivating both body and qi at the same time. Perhaps at the beginning, cultivating both spell and sword Dao would allow one to have a considerable amount of strength in both close and long-range combat. However, it would be disadvantageous for the future because time and energy were limited. Of course, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Every world had its own civilization. Naturally, it would have its own path of development and couldn't be interfered with. Whether it would be good or bad in the end, no one could say for sure. Chu Mu wasn't from the Deep Blue World. He followed his own Dao. The sword was his Dao. Other than teaching sword skills once every 3 days, Chu Mu spent the rest of his time on daily cultivation and reading books. As time passed, Chu Mu gradually flipped through all the books in the lower level of the book collection department. Unfortunately, he didn't find any information related to the world spirit. It seemed that he had to either enter the upper level or leave Sky-Bearing Academy to search elsewhere. The profound of time was also being cultivated. It was on the verge of a breakthrough, but lacked an opportunity. The power of the rules of space was naturally tempered by the void-breaking secret manual. The power of the 5 elements was also tempered by the 5 Elements Sutra. Chu Mu focused on cultivating the 5 elements, 7 mysterious technique. After diligent cultivation, he achieved another breakthrough and reached the 5th level. Only by reaching the 7th level could one enter the 2nd level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. Chu Mu was working hard towards this goal. While Chu Mu was diligently studying the Deep Blue World, his reputation gradually spread. The source of the news was naturally the students of the 3 sword styles of the Earth Palace. Chu Mu's sword skills were unfathomable. It was the first time the students of the 3 sword styles of the Earth Palace had seen someone like him. Jiang Yin even believed that Chu Mu's sword skills were not inferior to his uncle's. To a certain extent, Chu Mu had already surpassed his uncle. One had to know that his uncle was the instructor of the Heavenly Palace Sword Arts. The standard of the Heavenly Palace Sword Arts instructor was definitely superior to that of the Earth Palace Sword Arts instructor. However, Chu Mu was an anomaly. The discussions of the students of the 3 sword styles of the Earth Palace caused Chu Mu to gradually gain some fame. In addition, when the students of the 3 sword styles of the Earth Palace sparred with the students of the other sword styles of the Earth Palace, they defeated their opponents with sharper and more concise sword skills. This caused their opponents to be surprised and learn more about Chu Mu's existence. After that, the news of Vice Sect Master Mushihua bringing Chu Mu back and suggesting that Chu Mu be the head instructor of the Earth Palace Sword Arts was dug up and spread. This caused Chu Mu's reputation to soar, and he became the focus of attention. All sorts of rumors were spread. In addition to Chen Li's personal testimony, some people vaguely crowned Chu Mu as the #1 sword style instructor of the Earth Palace. Chen Li was a famous person in the Underground Palace's sword art department because he had defeated the previous sword art instructor. His talent made many people sigh in admiration. Therefore, when the current #1 sword style instructor of the Earth Palace, Wang Yefeng, heard this news, he frowned and was quite displeased. As the #1 sword style instructor of the Earth Palace, he had great authority in the Earth Palace Sword Arts Department. This authority was not to be challenged by others, especially by a new sword style instructor. Therefore, Wang Yefeng sent a message to Chu Mu, requesting that Chu Mu come to see him. The underlying meaning was that he wanted to see what abilities Chumu had. Chapter 1320. Wang Yefeng, the #1 swordsmanship instructor in the underground palace. Someone passed the news to Chumu, but Chumu didn't intend to pay attention to it, no matter what Wang Yefeng's motive was. Chumu didn't want to have anything to do with him. The title of the #1 swordsmanship instructor in the underground palace was laughable in Chumu's eyes. However, even if Chumu didn't want to pay attention to it, Wang Yefeng wouldn't let it go. Today, it was Chumu's lesson again. In the underground palace's swordsmanship training hall, all 300 students were present. They sat cross-legged around the hall, waiting for their instructor to arrive. Unlike in the past, every time he attended a swordsmanship lesson, he would find it interesting, motivating, and impatient. When Chumu entered the training grounds, the gazes of the 300 students uniformly fell on Chumu's face, full of respect. "Hello, instructor." 300 voices sounded in unison. If other sword instructors saw this scene, they would be envious. "Hello," Chumu replied. "Today's swordsmanship lesson will be the same as before. I will answer your questions." There was a swordsmanship lesson every 3 days. After each lesson, every student would gain something. After 2 or 3 days of settling down, there would be new questions. The first to ask was Chen Li. Among the 300 students, Chen Li's swordsmanship was the best. The other students didn't understand the questions he asked. Chumu immediately answered them. His words were simple and easy to understand, making it easier for everyone to understand. Halfway through the lesson, an uninvited guest arrived. "Not bad, not bad. Instructor Chu's understanding of swordsmanship is indeed unique." A voice sounded, interrupting Chumu's explanation. The students' eyes fell on the uninvited guest. There were 4 of them. One of them was the leader. The 4 of them looked to be middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. "You are?" Chumu glanced at them and asked. "This is the #1 swordsmanship instructor in the underground palace, Instructor Chu. Why aren't you coming over to greet him?" A middle-aged man shouted. Chumu came to his senses and realized that the one leading the group was the #1 swordsmanship instructor in the underground palace, Wang Yefeng. "It's my lecture time now. You can leave now," Chumu said bluntly. As soon as he saw Wang Yefeng, Chumu knew what kind of person he was. He was a man who was keen on power. Chumu was never interested in such people, and when Chumu was doing something, he didn't like to be disturbed by others. Impudent! The middle-aged man looked angry and shouted again, "I heard that you are a new sword instructor. Instructor Wang specially summoned you to take care of you. I didn't expect you to ignore him." Okay, maybe Instructor Chu is new here and is not familiar with the place, so he forgot about it for a while. Wang Yefeng waved his hand. "Did you hear that? Instructor Wang is so considerate of you. He even came to the training hall to see you personally. How can you not know etiquette? I really don't know how someone like you became an instructor." The middle-aged man seemed to be unforgiving. "Enough, Instructor Yang. You've gone too far," Wang Yefeng scolded unhappily. Chumu could see that these 2 people, one was playing the good cop, the other was playing the bad cop. As for the other 2, they had a strange smile on their faces. Even the students could tell that the purpose of these people's visit was not good. "My swordsmanship lesson originally had 2 hours left. Because of your interference, the time has decreased," Chumu said indifferently. Since he knew that the other party didn't have good intentions, he wouldn't be polite. "What is your purpose? Tell me immediately. If you want to fight, I can satisfy you. If you don't have any purpose, leave now. Don't disturb my lecture." Chumu's words instantly caused the 4 sword style instructors' faces to greatly change. As for the 300 students, they all looked at Chumu in shock. Their hearts couldn't help but emit a strong sense of excitement. "As a new sword instructor, you are too rude. I will teach you a lesson." The middle-aged man who was noisy at the beginning roared and pulled out his sword light. It was like cold lightning cutting through the sky. It was incomparably sharp and slashed towards Chu-Mu. The students suddenly exclaimed. Chu-Mu didn't move at all. He didn't even blink, until the thunderous sword light slashed down, as if it was going to split Chu-Mu in half. Chu-Mu stretched out his hands and clamped. Suddenly, the sword light dissipated. The sword was clamped between Chu-Mu's two fingers. He was motionless like a rock. The middle-aged instructor clenched his teeth and exerted force. However, he couldn't do anything. This scene was no different from when Jiang Yin attacked Chu-Mu. Wang Yefeng and the other two's faces suddenly changed. Their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. Instructor Yang's swordsmanship wasn't weak, but his sword was clamped between Huang Xiaolong's two fingers. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong couldn't move his sword at all. Before they had time to think, Chu-Mu's fingers trembled. An irresistible force was transmitted to them, shaking off Instructor Yang's palm. The sword in his hand was snatched away by Chu-Mu. Then, Instructor Yang's sword slashed back. There was no way for him to dodge. His throat was pressed by Chu-Mu's sword. The cold sharpness of the sword caused the pores on his neck to open. Instructor Yang's face changed. His eyes were filled with fear. Wang Yefeng, do you think that just because you are the #1 sword instructor in the underground palace, I have to be respectful to you? Chu-Mu moved his sword away, pointing it at Wang Yefeng. A shocking sharpness was transmitted to Wang Yefeng. Wang Yefeng's hair stood on end as an uncontrollable sense of danger swept through his body. His muscles were numb, and his blood felt like it was about to freeze. In my eyes, you can't even be considered as an opponent. Chu-Mu continued, causing Wang Yefeng to be both shocked and angry. If you don't believe me, you can draw your sword. I guarantee that I won't kill you. Wang Yefeng wanted to draw his sword and stab a hole in Chu-Mu's body, but he didn't dare to. He was very clear about the pressure that Chu-Mu exerted on him. He couldn't move at all. His heart was filled with fear and anger. As the #1 sword instructor in the underground palace, he was pointed at by a new sword instructor. Moreover, he didn't dare to resist. This kind of humiliation almost drove Wang Yefeng crazy. His eyes turned red, and the anger in his eyes seemed to want to burn Chu-Mu to ashes. On the other hand, the students were overjoyed. Their eyes were shining. This was their instructor. Too impressive, too domineering. Instructor Chu, please put down your sword. We came here with good intentions. We apologize for disturbing Instructor Chu's class. We will leave now. The other two instructors saw that something was wrong and immediately tried to appease Instructor Chu. Get out. Chu-Mu wasn't polite at all. If you have any dissatisfaction, I will take it all. However, be prepared to be killed. After saying that, Chu-Mu's eyes emitted a cold light. The killing intent was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was like an aurora shooting into Wang Yefeng's eyes. Wang Yefeng's body trembled, and his pupils dilated. He felt as if he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was as if he saw Azura's purgatory. The terrifying killing intent made his heart tremble. In terms of experience, Wang Yefeng and Chu-Mu were like heaven and earth. In terms of the number of powerful opponents they had killed, there was no comparison. After frightening Wang Yefeng, Chu-Mu flicked his wrist. His sword flew up and returned to the scabbard of the sword instructor, surnamed Yang. The four of them didn't have the face to stay any longer. They hurriedly turned around and left. In this place they had lost all face. Teacher, you're too impressive. Especially that sentence. I guarantee that I will not kill you. It is simply indescribable. After Wang Yefeng and the other three left, the 300 students were in an uproar. Chu-Mu didn't expect that a casual sentence from him would cause such a commotion among the students. He also didn't expect that the students would learn this sentence and use it so often that it spread throughout the Sky-Bearing Academy. All right, there is not much time left. Let's continue. Chu Mu suppressed the discussions of the crowd and said in a clear voice, with regards to Wang Yefeng and the others, Chu Mu didn't care at all. The reason why he was so domineering was because he didn't want more trouble. If trouble came knocking on his door, if he dealt with it in a low-key manner, there might be even more trouble. Being domineering would cause people to shrink back. Those small fries shouldn't jump around. Chu Mu was only interested in experts. Chu Mu continued with his sword technique lesson. As for Wang Yefeng and the other three who left the training hall, they were all enraged. Other than anger, Wang Yefeng's eyes were also filled with fear. When he faced Chu Mu's killing intent, he felt as though he was going to die. It was as though his soul was sinking into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wang Yefeng wasn't someone who would admit defeat. He knew that Chu Mu was a terrifying existence and shouldn't be provoked easily. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't seek revenge. Especially today, he had embarrassed himself in front of the 300 students. He had completely lost his dignity as the #1 sword technique instructor in the underground palace. He could imagine that today's incident would definitely spread among the students of the 3 sword technique departments. It would be a huge blow to his reputation. However, at that moment, Wang Yefeng couldn't think of a way to deal with Chu Mu. As expected, after Chu Mu's sword technique lesson ended, the students were still discussing the incident when they left. Not long after, the news spread to all the sword technique departments in the underground palace. One person spread to 10 and 10 to 100. More and more people knew about the incident and Chu Mu's existence. Even the instructors of the spell department knew about it. However, they didn't pay much attention to it. The strength of the instructors of the spell department had always been higher than the instructors of the sword department. Therefore, the instructors of the spell department didn't pay much attention to the instructors of the sword department. This new instructor has gone overboard recently. The #1 sword technique instructor in the Heavenly Palace, Feng Shanhai, frowned when he heard the news. As the #1 sword technique instructor in the Heavenly Palace, Feng Shanhai knew about Chu Mu's arrival. He also knew that Mu Shihua wanted to appoint Chu Mu as the head instructor of the sword technique in the academy. However, Lin Yuan suppressed the idea. Because of this, Feng Shanhai didn't go looking for trouble with Chu Mu. After all, Chu Mu was only an instructor of the sword technique in the underground palace. He posed no threat to Feng Shanhai. However, Feng Shanhai seemed to be in high spirits now. Chapter 13:21. Come here, and I promise I won't kill you. When Chu Mu walked out of the book collection department and was about to return to his residence, he heard these words and was startled. Such a familiar phrase, wasn't it the one he casually said that day? After returning to his residence, Chu Mu first practiced a sword art, then the divine, desolate sword arts, then the star calamity cultivation method, comprehending the power of time, and finally the 5 elements, 7 profound arts. As more and more people spread the news, Chu Mu's name became more and more resounding. Yen Mountain, Li family. Still no news. Li family patriarch Li Jinyuan asked in a low voice. Patriarch, Chu Mu went missing after leaving Yen Mountain territory, but the family's informants are searching everywhere for him. That day, the Li family's 5th elder moved quickly, but still couldn't stop Chu Mu. Chu Mu left with Heaven-Bearing Academy's vice sect, Lord Mu Shihua, for Heaven-Bearing Academy. Besides the 2 of them, no one else knew, and there was no news about them. 8 heavenly guards and a heavenly guard commander died under Chu Mu's sword. To the Li family, this was a great loss, but an even greater loss was the Li family's prestige. As the hegemon of Yen Mountain's territory, a 1,000-year-old family, the Li family had absolute authority in Yen Mountain's territory. Its prestige flourished, lasting for 1,000 years, intimidating all powers within Yen Mountain's territory. Even some outside Yen Mountain's territory didn't want to provoke a 1,000-year-old family like the Li family. Over the years, It wasn't that no one dared to provoke the Li family, but without exception, they were all buried by the Li family, becoming stepping stones for the Li family's prestige. The more powerful the Li clan was, the fewer people who dared to provoke the Li clan. It had already been more than 10 years since anyone dared to provoke the Li clan. Of course, there were still many clans that were more powerful than the Li clan in the Kanglan Empire. However, the Li clan knew their limits and wouldn't provoke those clans that were more powerful than them. This time they had been provoked by a junior of unknown origin, crippled in front of everyone, and then killed 8 heavenly guards and 1 heavenly guard commander. This was a blow to the Li family's prestige. No matter what, they had to find Chu Mu, capture him alive, and bring him back to the Li family for trial. While taking revenge, they also had to prove that the Li family's dignity was inviolable. It was a pity that Chu Mu had entered Sky-Bearing Academy and they could not find him. Family head, we have news. Chu Mu has entered the Sky-Bearing Academy to become the sword arts instructor of the Earth Palace. Underground Palace, sword technique instructor. Li Jinyuan revealed a cold smile. Is the news true? After confirmation, it is true. Very good. A sword technique instructor from the Earth Palace only has an ordinary status in the Sky-Bearing Academy. Inform the 5th Elder to bring the Heavenly Guards to the Sky-Bearing Academy and bring back Chu Mu. Li Jinyuan laughed coldly as his eyes flashed. Yes. The messenger left immediately. Soon, the 5th Elder of the Li family brought 10 Heavenly Guards and left the Li family on a flying ship, heading towards the Sky-Bearing Academy. 5th Elder, after capturing Chu Mu, please let me teach him a lesson. One of the Heavenly Guards gritted his teeth as he spoke. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. If you want to teach him a lesson, do it when we return to the Li family. The 5th Elder said, we will not let off anyone who dares to provoke the Li family and cause us to suffer losses. In the hearts of the 5th Elder and the 10 Heavenly Guards, Chu Mu was already a prisoner. After all, even though the Sky-Bearing Academy was powerful, it was not that much stronger than the Li family. No matter what, the Sky-Bearing Academy had no reason to become enemies with the Li family over a sword technique instructor from the Earth Palace. What they did not know was that Chu Mu's Earth Palace sword technique instructor was very different from an ordinary one. Welcome, welcome. The 5th Elder of the Li family brought 10 Heavenly Guards to the Sky-Bearing Academy. The people of the Sky-Bearing Academy received them and informed the Vice Hall Master, Mu Shihua. In fact, Mu Shihua had instructed them to inform him directly if anyone from the Li family came. As the Vice Hall Master, Mu Shihua had a lot of power. The people of the Sky-Bearing Academy naturally obeyed his orders. Please forgive us for our sudden visit, Vice Hall Master Mu. The 5th Elder of the Li family smiled. In the early years, he was infamous. However, after keeping a low profile for more than 10 years, he had cultivated his character. After becoming an elder, he was more tactful in his words and actions. Everyone, please take a seat. Mu Shihua greeted everyone and smiled. May I know why the 5th Elder has come to the Sky-Bearing Academy? Mu Shihua could roughly guess why the 5th Elder of the Li family brought 10 Heavenly Guards to the Sky-Bearing Academy. However, he did not say it directly. In his opinion, there would be trouble sooner or later. Why should he waste time feigning civility? I heard that there is an Earth Palace swordsmanship instructor called Chu Mu in the Sky-Bearing Academy. The 5th Elder's temperament did not suit him to pretend to be elegant. Beating around the bush was his personality. Yes, Mu Shihua admitted directly. He knew that since the 5th Elder of the Li family came personally, he must have confirmed the news. Vice Hall Master Mu, please don't laugh at me. Some time ago, more than 10 people from the Li family were crippled by a thief. 8 Heavenly Guards and 1 Heavenly Guard commander were killed. The 5th Elder said. The 10 Heavenly Guards were furious. This thief is Chu Mu, the swordsmanship instructor of the Earth Palace of the Sky-Bearing Academy. The head of the Li family sent me here to bring back Chumu and give the Li family an explanation. I'm afraid that won't do. Chumu is the swordsmanship instructor of the Sky-Bearing Academy. He is a member of the Sky-Bearing Academy. Mu Shihua's tone was very firm. There was no room for negotiation. The fifth elder's expression changed. This was different from what he had expected. Vice Hall Master Mu, the Li family has suffered a great loss this time, and our reputation has been damaged. Now that we know that the culprit is here, we did not capture him directly because we do not want to be enemies with the Sky-Bearing Academy. The fifth elder's tone became stiff. I also hope that the Sky-Bearing Academy will not become enemies with the Li family because of a mere swordsmanship instructor from the Earth Palace. The Sky-Bearing Academy has the obligation to ensure the safety of every instructor. Mu Shihua's tone also became stiff and impolite. Mu Shihua, you are provoking a strong enemy for the Sky-Bearing Academy. The fifth elder stood up abruptly and shouted. Strong enemy? Where is he? Mu Shihua's eyes were indifferent as he asked with a cold smile. The fifth elder was stunned for a moment before he became furious. His aura rose rapidly like an invisible flame. Mu Shihua's words meant that the Li family was not qualified to be called a strong enemy of the Sky-Bearing Academy. You want to fight? I know what kind of person you are. If you fight now, I won't be surprised at all. However, when that time comes, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Mu Shihua's tone was not threatening at all, but it caused the temperature in the air to drop. The fifth elder's body trembled, and the anger on his face gradually subsided. He knew that Mu Shihua was very strong and was not someone he could deal with. Even if the 10 heavenly guards attacked together, they would not be able to kill Mu Shihua. On the other hand, this was the Sky-Bearing Academy. If they were to fight, they would definitely be surrounded by the experts of the Academy. I will pass on your words to the head of the Li family. The fifth elder's chest heaved violently. After he calmed down, he snorted and turned to leave the reception room. The 10 heavenly guards followed behind him angrily. Mu Shihua stood up and watched the fifth elder and the other 11 people leave the Sky-Bearing Academy. In reality, if Chumu was only a normal underground palace sword technique instructor, Mu Shihua wouldn't have stood out so forcefully. However, Chumu's sword technique attainments were something Mu Shihua had personally experienced, and he knew how powerful it was. As for Chumu's strength, he also knew that killing a 5th stage Heavenly Emperor as a 3rd stage Heavenly Emperor was no pressure at all. Previously, Mu Shihua had also mentioned that the Sky-Bearing Academy had taken care of the grudge between Chumu and the Li family. That was why such a scene had occurred. Mu Shihua originally did not intend to tell Chumu about this. However, after thinking about it, he felt that he should let Chumu know. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader Mu, Chumu said. This is what I should do. Mu Shihua said, the reason I'm telling you this is to make you more vigilant. This time, the Li family came openly, but I firmly rejected them. I don't think they'll let this go. Therefore, you might be assassinated. You have to be careful. I will be careful, Chumu said. However, he secretly thought that it would be fine if the Li family did not send anyone. If they sent someone to assassinate him, he would make sure that they would not be able to return alive. The Li family's 5th elder, who had failed his mission, had a gloomy face that was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were bloodshot and extremely frightening. The 10 heavenly guards were also furious. 5th elder, what do we do now? One of the heavenly guards asked. The 5th elder was so angry that he didn't answer. Should we return to the family and report this matter, or? Another heavenly guard said, I think we should stay here and find a suitable opportunity to sneak into the Sky-Bearing Academy. We can ambush Chumu and capture him alive, the 3rd heavenly guard suggested. The 5th elder gradually suppressed the anger in his heart. After hearing the heavenly guard's conversation, he started to think. He had a fiery temper and was also the kind of person who would attack at the slightest disagreement. However, after being an elder for more than 10 years, He had learned to think with his head. This was his mission. He was very unhappy that he did not complete it the last time. If he did not complete it the second time, he would be very dissatisfied, not to mention the family. After thinking for a while, the fifth elder decided not to return to the family first. Instead, he would capture Chu-Mu and bring him back to the Li family for trial. After making the decision, the fifth elder immediately ordered the heavenly guards to gather information and understand the terrain of the sky-bearing academy. Most importantly, they wanted to know where Chu-Mu was and his usual habits, so that it would be easier for them to take action. In order to avoid alerting Chu-Mu and the attention of the sky-bearing academy, it was best to be discreet when gathering information. It would be best if they did not sneak in personally. This would undoubtedly take a lot of time. However, as long as they could capture Chu-Mu, everything would be worth it. Chu-Mu didn't know the Li family's fifth elder's idea, but with Mu Shihua's reminder, Chu-Mu would normally be even more vigilant. With his sixth sense and strength, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Chapter 13:22. I have already finished reading all the books in the lower levels of the book collection department. My understanding of the deep blue world has deepened a lot, but I still haven't found any information related to the world spirit. Chu-Mu thought to himself as he walked back to his residence. However, he didn't feel disheartened. The location of the world spirit had always been very secretive. If one's level wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to find out. Now, I can either enter the upper levels of the book collection department of the Sky-Bearing Academy or leave the Sky-Bearing Academy and search for information in other places. Chu-Mu pondered and decided to find a way to enter the upper levels of the book collection department. If he left now, he wouldn't know where to start searching. The main problem was that the world spirit was too mysterious. As the days passed, the Li family's fifth elder and the others also found out where Chu-Mu was and when he would be active. They were ready to take action. At night, Chu-Mu was cultivating in his residence. Two black figures sneaked into the Sky-Bearing Academy and silently headed towards Chu-Mu's residence. Chu-Mu, who was cultivating, suddenly had a bad feeling, as if danger was approaching. He stopped cultivating. Chu-Mu pondered for a while and felt that something was about to happen. Perhaps they were worried that they would disturb Chu-Mu and allow Chu-Mu to be prepared. The two people who sneaked in didn't release their spiritual sense. With his outstanding senses, Chu-Mu sensed that there were two people approaching him. They didn't know that they had already been exposed. They sneaked into Chu-Mu's residence without being detected by anyone in the academy. The goal of these two people was to capture Chu-Mu alive. They thought that their actions were secretive enough and wouldn't be discovered by Chu-Mu. Suddenly, a strand of blazing light lit up in the darkness, and it was like an aurora that tore through the night sky. It was extremely gorgeous, dazzling, and extremely breathtaking. It was the glow of a sword that tore through the night sky, tore through space, and stunned the two of them. One of them reacted rather quickly. A blazing sword light blossomed like a blazing sun as it shot towards Chu-Mu. The other person's reaction was slightly slower. He had just pulled out his sword and was about to blossom when Chu-Mu's sword was already in front of him. There was no way to dodge or block. As the sword came, the blazing sword light was dyed red. Damn it! The angry roar was accompanied by an even more powerful sword light. It was as if a huge fireball was crashing down from the sky like a meteor. The terrifying aura caused Chu-Mu's residence to almost shatter. The powerful aura spread out and alerted Mu Shihua's residence. Who dares to behave atrociously in the academy? Mu Shihua rushed over quickly. His huge spiritual sense surged like a tidal wave. After his sword missed, the attacker felt the huge spiritual sense crushing towards him. He knew that he had been exposed and couldn't do anything to Chu-Mu. Since he couldn't do anything about it, he quickly retreated. Just as he rushed out of Chu-Mu's residence. You think you can leave after coming here? You're looking down on the Sky-Bearing Academy. Mu Shihua rushed over and unsheathed his sword. An incomparably sharp sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor streaking across the horizon as it attacked. Mu Shihua's sword was incredibly sharp and powerful. An attacker was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and unleashed a secret technique, causing his speed to increase by many times. Mu Shihua chased after him, refusing to let him go. After a while, Mu Shihua returned. "Instructor Chu, I'm sorry. He escaped," Mu Shihua said apologetically. "No, Vice Peak Lord Mu. I should be thanking you for coming," indifferently said Chu Mu. "You are the sword instructor of the academy," Mu Shihua said. His eyes were cold. "Although I didn't catch up, I know who he is." As he spoke, he looked at the face of the person who was killed by Chu Mu. It was one of the 10 heavenly guards who came with the Li family's 5th elder. "Instructor Chu, I will ask the Li family for an explanation for this," Mu Shihua said. "I'll have to trouble Vice Peak Lord Mu," said Chu Mu. Mu Shihua left and took the corpse of the Li family's heavenly guard with him. Chu Mu stayed in his residence. After thinking for a while, he continued to cultivate. He had a feeling that the grudge between him and the Li family wouldn't end so easily. Even if Mu Shihua intervened, it would still be the same. Therefore, increasing his own strength was the most important thing. Under the cultivation of the 5 elements technique, Yi Futian's 5 elements technique made another breakthrough. The 6th element. Back then, Chu Mu had cultivated in the 5 spirits secret tower for several months before reaching the 4th element. He was stuck, so he left. After coming to the outside world, as his knowledge increased and he dabbled in sorcery, his understanding of the 5 elements technique and the 7 elements technique deepened. The bottleneck disappeared, so he could improve faster. The 6th element was only a step away from the 7th element. The next day, Chu Mu went to another sword instructor class. Mu Shihua took the corpse of the Li family's heavenly guard and went to the Li family. He wanted to settle the score with the Li family. This was a story for later. Chu Mu didn't ask too much. In fact, the Li family's attitude towards Mu Shihua's questioning was very tough. Not only did they not give an explanation, but they also reprimanded Mu Shihua for harboring their enemy, Chu Mu. Mu Shihua almost made a move in the Li family, but his rationality prevailed over his impulse. Although he was strong, he was not strong enough to deal with the Li family, especially in the Li family's residence. He didn't have the geographical advantage. Moreover, although Mu Shihua said that he would help Chu Mu deal with the Li family's grudge, it was most likely for him and not the Sky-Bearing Academy. Lin Yuan would definitely not agree, unless something unexpected happened. This matter was put aside for the time being. The Li family wouldn't do anything for the time being. After Mu Shihua returned to the Sky-Bearing Academy, he started to get busy. The Kanglin dynasty's triennial exchange was about to begin. This exchange was held in the Sky-Bearing Academy. As the host, the Sky-Bearing Academy had to take care of everything. The Academy exchange was not only an opportunity for the academies to interact with each other, but it was also a great opportunity to promote the reputation of the academies. This was especially true for the academies that were hosting the exchange. They had the home ground and had the advantage. Mu Shihua and Lin Yuan had no choice but to do their best. In a short period of time, the decorations in the Sky-Bearing Academy became more elegant. Chu Mu also noticed these changes and understood a little, but he wasn't interested. Cultivating and attending classes, he finished reading all the books in the lower level of the book collection department. Since he couldn't go to the upper level for the time being, Chu Mu spent all the time reading books on cultivation, especially on the 5 elements and 7 mysteries. There was no bottleneck after the 6th mystery. As Chu Mu cultivated, he continued to improve steadily. He wasn't far from the 7th mystery. Chu Mu also didn't give up on comprehending the power of time. However, he was still stuck and couldn't break through as he wished. He couldn't rush it. Mu Shihua was very busy. Lin Yuan was also very busy, and the upper echelons of the Sky-Bearing Academy were all very busy. Chu Mu was very free and cultivated as usual. The Li family didn't make any more moves. Chu Mu also gradually let it go. However, it was only temporary. He had a feeling that the Li family wouldn't let it go so easily. If they came again, the trouble would be even bigger. At that time, the Sky-Bearing Academy might not be willing to take the blame for him, and Mu Shihua might not have the ability to do so. Time flew by, and the Kanglan Empire's exchange was getting closer. Chu Mu's cultivation of the 5 elements and 7 mysteries was also getting closer to the 7th mystery. Today, after the lecture, Chu Mu returned to his residence and cultivated the 5 elements and 7 mysteries again. He felt that the breakthrough of the 5 elements and 7 mysteries would happen during this period of time. In his spiritual world, the power of the 5 elements shone with a magnificent light under the cultivation of the 5 elements and 7 mysteries. In particular, the 5 elements sutra circulated on its own, causing the cultivation of the 5 elements and 7 mysteries to contain the principle of mutual generation of the 5 elements, increasing the cultivation efficiency. This time, Chu Mu went into seclusion for a short period of time. After a day and a half, the power of the 5 elements in his spiritual world suddenly shone brightly. The strong light overshadowed the light of the other powers in his spiritual world. Even the light of the power of the spatial laws was suppressed and became dim. In Chu Mu's mind, many mysteries and applications regarding the 5 elemental power appeared out of nowhere, further deepening his understanding and control of the 5 elemental power. After a while, the light of the 5 elements power of the 5 elements dimmed. Compared to before, every ray of the 5 elements power of the 5 elements was more perfect and flawless. There was a layer of light circulating around it. The power of the 5 elements power of the 5 elements had reached the late stage of the subtle realm, which was on par with the power of the spatial laws. However, because he cultivated the 5 elements and 7 mysteries, Chu Mu's understanding and application of the 5 elements power of the 5 elements were better than those swordsmen in the ancient god world who had also reached the late stage of the subtle realm. As he wished, the power of the 5 elements power of the 5 elements power of the 7 mysteries had been cultivated. It's time to enter the 5 spirits' secret pagoda again, Chu Mu thought to himself. However, before entering, he had to inform Mu Shihua. After all, this time, Chu Mu did not know how long he would stay in the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. He had to inform Mu Shihua in case he could not find him if something happened. However, Chu Mu would not tell Mu Shihua where he was really going. He only said that his cultivation had reached a critical point and he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to make a breakthrough. As for how long he would be in seclusion, he was not sure yet. It's a pity. I wanted to let you participate in the Academy exchange. Mu Shihua sighed after hearing Chu Mu's words. He had personally experienced Chu Mu's swordsmanship and was very clear about it. Therefore, he felt that letting Chu Mu participate in the exchange would definitely be a good thing for Sky-Bearing Academy. However, since Chu Mu wanted to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, he had no reason to disagree. As for the students of the 3 Earth Palace sword techniques, I'll have to trouble you to inform them, Chu Mu said. All right, I'll make the arrangements. You can go into seclusion and make a breakthrough as soon as possible, Mu Shihua said with a smile. All right, I'll take my leave first, Chu Mu said. He got up and left quickly. He did not return to his residence, but went out of Sky-Bearing Academy. After finding a secluded place, he released his spiritual will. When no one noticed him, he activated the 5 spirits' secret order. Instantly, his body was enveloped by a 5-colored light. Following that, it shrunk rapidly and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 13:23. It was like jumping through space like 1,000 years, but also in an instant. Before Chu Mu could react, he had already arrived at the first level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. A familiar aura, a familiar environment, and a familiar place. However, Chu Mu did not come here to lament. His goal was to enter the 2nd level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. How can I enter the 2nd level? After pondering for a while, Chu Mu activated the power of the 5 elemental rules and released his aura. Immediately, The power of the 5 elemental rules on the first level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda gathered together and appeared in 5 different forms around Chu Mu. A golden light that was as sharp as a sword, a green tree that grew endlessly, a river that flowed endlessly, a ball of flame that burned fiercely, and a piece of thick earth that could support all living things. The power of the 5 elemental rules. 5 different forms, 5 different auras were released continuously and filled the first level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. Chu Mu was trying to enter the second level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. At that moment, there was a fluctuation in the air above the first level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. Chu Mu looked up. The 5 different forms of the power of the 5 elemental rules flew up into the air and collided with each other before exploding. A 5-colored halo appeared and spun like a nebula whirlpool. A 5-colored nebula whirlpool. The entrance to the second level. Chu Mu guessed. He stared at the nebula whirlpool for a while before leaping up into the sky. The divine wilderness sword essence surrounded his body, and the sword aura strengthened as he charged into the nebula whirlpool. Without being attacked or in any danger, Chu Mu easily passed through the 5-colored whirlpool and landed on the ground. The whirlpool disappeared. The second level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda. Although it did not look much different from the first level, Chu Mu could tell that the second level was smaller than the first level. Similar to the first level, the 5 corners of the second level of the 5 spirits' secret pagoda had a ball of light. Gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Every ball of light emitted an intense fluctuation. It was the pure fluctuation of the power of the 5 elemental rules. Looking at the 5 balls of light of different colors, Chu Mu's eyes burned with passion. Previously, when he was on the first level of the 5 spirits pagoda, he had obtained the inheritance of the 5 elements 7 mystery technique and the 5 elements force fields from the 5 light balls. He wondered what kind of inheritance the 5 light balls on the second level of the 5 spirits pagoda would have. He strode toward the golden ball of light and stepped into it without any resistance. In an instant, Chu Mu was surrounded by a golden light. Streams of information continuously surged into his mind. Waves of energy also continuously surged into his body, circulating along his meridians. As Chu Mu absorbed the information, he could feel the enormous energy contained within the golden torrent. Surprised, he hurriedly circulated the divine, desolate sword art and the astral calamity cultivation technique. He cultivated both his chi and body to absorb the energy. When he received the inheritance on the first level, there was only the 5 elements 7 profound technique and the 5 elements force field. There was no energy. He didn't expect the second level to have energy. Both energy and information were absorbed, and the golden ball of light was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Chu Mu's cultivation, it was also rapidly increasing. After coming to the deep blue world for over half a year, he hadn't stopped cultivating. It was just that his progress was slow. He was still at the early 3rd firmament of the nirvana stage. It wasn't easy to increase his cultivation, but now he was rapidly approaching the middle stage. The golden ball of light was completely absorbed by Chu Mu. His chi and body cultivation both increased. Chu Mu checked the information in his mind. Just like the first level, there were 2 types. The first was called the 5 elements sharp metal sword. It was an absolute art, an ordinary absolute art. The second was a magical art. It was a basic seal technique and metal arts. Chu Mu couldn't help being speechless. Chu Mu was very interested in the ordinary 5 elements sharp metal sword. However, he wasn't interested in the metal arts because he had already made his decision. However, Chu Mu discovered that he seemed to have grasped a bit of the metal arts inheritance. Extending his left hand, his fingers moved nimbly, forming one basic seal technique after another. With this inheritance, Chu Mu was able to train the basic seal techniques that normal cultivators would need to spend a lot of time to master to a proficient level. Magical arts were the combination of the basic seal techniques, using one's own heaven and earth energy to communicate with the heaven and earth energy in the outside world. They formed all kinds of magical arts. Chu Mu used the metal art's inheritance to form seals with his fingers. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on one of his fingers. He gently swept it through the air, leaving behind a resplendent golden scar. It emitted a shocking sharpness. This was a type of metal arts called metal incisor. It was a low-grade metal arts, the lowest grade metal arts. Chu Mu only used it once out of curiosity. He no longer paid attention to the so-called metal arts. He had to admit that if the others in the deep blue world knew about this, they would be extremely jealous. The metal arts inheritance was many times better than comprehending and cultivating from scratch. Chu Mu was too lazy to pay attention to it. Everyone has their own ambitions and pursuits. He just treated it as an eye-opener. As for the ordinary 5 elements razor-sharp metal sword, it wasn't that easy to master. Even with Chu Mu's extraordinary perception, he couldn't learn it in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't use it and walked towards the green light. He walked into the green light, absorbed the wood elemental energy, and received the wood elemental inheritance. After a while, the green wood elemental energy was completely absorbed by Chu Mu. He discovered that his cultivation had increased from the early 3rd sky of Nirvana stage to the middle 3rd sky of Nirvana stage. In addition, Chu Mu began to organize the information in his mind. Similar to the metal arts inheritance, there were 2 types of wood arts inheritance. The first type was called the 5 elements greenwood sword. It was an ordinary art. The difficulty of cultivating it was the same as the 5 elements razor-sharp metal sword. The second type was a new set of basic seal techniques and wood arts. Chu Mu, who tried the metal arts, didn't try the wood arts. He wasn't interested and didn't force it. Next, Chu Mu walked towards the blue light. After a while, he absorbed the blue light and obtained 2 types of inheritances. The first type was the 5 elements flowing water sword. Just like the previous 2 types, it was an ordinary art. The second type was a new set of seal techniques and water arts. He looked at the remaining red and brown light balls. If he was not mistaken, there should be a corresponding ordinary secret technique, a new basic seal technique, and a corresponding spell technique in each of these 2 light balls. Indeed, within the red ball of light, Chu Mu obtained the normal 5 elemental raging flame sword and a new basic seal technique as well as a fire technique. In the brown light cluster, Chu Mu obtained the ordinary 5 elements thick earth sword and a new set of basic seal techniques and earth arts. Although he didn't deliberately understand, Chu Mu also discovered that the 5 sets of basic seal techniques obtained from the 5 inheritances were a complete set of basic seal techniques, including all kinds of simple and complex seal techniques. But what Chu Mu cared about the most was the 5 ordinary arts and the skyrocketing cultivation. After absorbing the 5 energy clusters, his chi cultivation and body cultivation had both reached the late stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. He was only 1 step away from the peak. In fact, if he only used the 5 energy clusters for chi cultivation, he could reach the peak of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm and continue to absorb them after reaching the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. But Chu Mu divided them and used them separately to increase his chi cultivation and body cultivation. After dividing them, he could reach the late stage of Nirvana realm and was only 1 step away from the peak. This meant that as long as Chu Mu spent some time to cultivate properly, he would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. Then, after consolidating for a period of time, he would be able to undergo the 4th Nirvana and break through to the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. Then, another piece of information flowed into Chu Mu's mind. The content of the information was how to enter the 3rd level of the 5 Spirits' secret tower, which was the last level of the 5 Spirits' secret tower. Chu Mu had already obtained such powerful inheritances on the 1st and 2nd levels of the 5 Spirits' secret tower. He didn't know whether there would be more powerful inheritances on the third level of the Five Spirits secret tower. However, the way to enter the third level was different from the way to enter the second level. Only with great strength could one enter. According to the information, the way to enter the third level of the Five Spirits secret tower was to defeat the Five Spirit King Beasts. The so-called Five Spirit King Beasts were the aggregation of the five elements spirit beasts that Chu Mu had killed before. They were more powerful than the five elements spirit beasts combined. Chu Mu recalled the battle and imagined the combined strength of the five elements spirit beasts. He knew that he was not a match for the so-called Five Elements Spirit King Beasts. As for when he would be a match for them, Chu Mu was not sure. What he needed to do was to increase his strength as much as possible. According to the battle at that time, he could only use the corresponding power of rules when fighting with the five elements spirit beasts. He could only use the power of rules when fighting with the five elements spirit king beasts. In addition, there was only one chance. In other words, Chu Mu only had one chance to challenge the five elements spirit king beasts. If he didn't defeat them, he would be killed by them. There was no third result. During the challenge, he couldn't use the five spirits' secret order to leave. Therefore, Chu Mu decided to wait until his cultivation had broken through to the fourth sky of Nirvana realm. He would also train the five elements sharp metal sword, five elements green wood sword, five elements flowing water sword, five elements raging fire sword, and five elements thick earth sword to Deshang before challenging the five elements spirit king beasts. This is a good place to cultivate in seclusion. I might as well do my fourth nirvana here. Chu Mu said to himself. During nirvana, he was most afraid of being disturbed. He needed a secret place. The deep blue world was not a place he was familiar with. It was not safe to undergo nirvana in the outside world. Without the five spirits' secret order, he couldn't enter the five spirits' secret realm. It was the best place to break through. In the following days, Chu Mu stayed in the second level of the five spirits' secret pagoda. He cultivated the divine wilderness sword technique and the astral calamity cultivation technique. Although he couldn't feel the fluctuations of the power of the stars, the heaven and earth yuan qi was rich. The power of the five elements was rich and could be absorbed for cultivation. Other than cultivating the divine wilderness sword technique and the astral calamity cultivation technique, his focus shifted. He no longer focused on comprehending the power of time, but on the cultivation of the five elements spirit king beasts. His strong perception came into play once again, allowing Chu Mu to better grasp the five spirit king beasts. Chapter 1324. There were many types of forces. Sects, clans, and gangs were all one type of force, and so were academies. Sects had their own methods of inheritance. Clans had their own methods of inheritance, and academies had their own methods. The students of academies were different from the disciples of sects and clans. But no matter what, during the period of being a student, they were part of the academies. Even if they left the academies under normal circumstances, most of them would still remember that they were once students of the academies and lend a helping hand when the academies were in trouble. Within the Kanglin Empire, Sky-Bearing Academy wasn't the only academy. In fact, before Sky-Bearing Academy was established, there were already other academies. Among them, the most famous was the Kanglin Empire's signature, Kanglin Academy. Kanglin Academy was established many years ago by an expert of the Kanglin Empire's imperial family. It was a powerful academy of the Kanglin Empire with a long history and deep heritage. A 1,000-year-old clan, like the Li clan, couldn't be compared to the Kanglin Empire. The Kanglin Academy's recruitment rules were even stricter. One's talent had to reach a certain level before they were qualified to become a student of Kanglin Academy. Not only did Kanglin Academy have a long history and deep heritage, it also had a direct relationship with the Kanglin Empire's imperial family. Some of the students who graduated from Kanglin Academy could even directly enter the Kanglin Empire's imperial family. One had to know that in the entire Kanglan Empire, the imperial family's power was undoubtedly very strong. All the aristocratic clans were below the imperial family, and only one or two powerful sects could be compared. With all sorts of superior conditions, the Azure Water Academia had become the top choice for many cultivators within the empire. Even some geniuses from outside the empire would come here because of its reputation. This led to the students of the Azure Water Academia having extraordinary talents that were far ahead of the other academies. The academy that was ranked second was called Ingtion Academy. Ingtion Academy was established by a saint. This saint was called Ingtion Saint and was a powerful saint who was proficient in spells. The Ingtion Academy that was established by him had its own unique spells. Originally, Sky-Bearing Academy was established by the Sky Sword Saint, and it also focused on swordsmanship. However, Sky-Bearing Academy overtook them and took third place. Kanglan, Ingtion, Sky-Bearing, and Sky-Bearing were the four great academies of the Kanglan Empire. As for the other academies, they were basically unranked, and it was rare for them to produce any powerful students. Every year, the organizer of the exchange was usually one of the four great academies. As the organizer of this event, Sky-Bearing Academy was working hard to prepare for it. The other academies were also provoking the other academies to select the participants for the exchange. The exchange was a major event and could not be sloppy. It was impossible to bring all the students because there were too many of them. They could only select the best among them. The elites that were selected had to have outstanding abilities. Otherwise, they would not be able to display the prestige of the school. While all the academies were doing their best to prepare, Chu-Mu was cultivating on the second level of the Five Spirits Pagoda. The Divine Wilderness Sword Art and the Astral Calamity cultivation technique did not fall behind. As he cultivated, he continued to improve. Although it was slight, he was still close to the peak. After another round of cultivation, Chu-Mu stood up and practiced his swordsmanship. This had already become a habit of his. After he finished practicing his swordsmanship, Chu-Mu adjusted his breathing. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his eyes. He muttered, "5 elemental sharp metal sword." In an instant, the power of the 5 elemental rules of order fluctuated rapidly. Following that, the power of the rules of order of gold shone brightly. Using a mysterious method, it poured into the heaven-slash sword in his hand and slashed forward. In an instant, a ray of dazzling golden light cut through the void. It was so dazzling that nothing could block it. The golden sword light did not dissipate. It slashed the wall of the second level of the Five Spirits Pagoda and shattered it. He could feel that the power of the 5 elemental sharp metal sword was very strong. Its specialty was its sharpness. The power of the rules of Order of Gold was condensed into one and released by the sword. It was sharper than the tip of a sword and could cut through everything. However, the Five Spirits Pagoda was very sturdy. With his current strength, he could not even shake it, let alone destroy it. Hence, Chu-Mu was not very clear about the power of the 5 elemental sharp metal sword. However, he was sure that his cultivation of the 5 elemental sharp metal sword was only at the small success stage. He was still far from Dashang. He slashed out again. The golden sword light crossed the sky and slashed the wall of the second level of the Five Spirits Pagoda. With a pop, it dissipated again. Chu-Mu cultivated like that. After every slash, he would stop and think. He would repeatedly comprehend where he was lacking, where he could improve, and where he could do better. Every time he slashed out, he would do his best. The power of his spiritual sense, sword origin, rules of Order of Gold, etc. It was not easy to cultivate a unique skill. It required the cooperation of various powers. In terms of controlling power, Chu-Mu was unique. Ordinary people could not compare with him. After using up all of his sword origin, Chu-Mu also used up most of his spiritual sense. He stopped cultivating the 5 elemental sharp metal sword and sat down cross-legged to recover his power. When his sword origin was fully recovered, so was his spiritual sense. Chu-Mu continued to cultivate. In his eyes, a wisp of green flashed. That wisp of green was full of vitality. It was like a seedling growing. Immediately, the rules of order of wood shone brightly and poured into the sword. He then slashed out. The green sword light slashed out towards the wall of the Five Spirits Pagoda. When the green sword light hit the wall, it did not break instantly like the golden sword light. Instead, the front part broke and the back part followed. The broken part seemed to be absorbing the rules of order of wood in the air to replenish itself. The specialty of the 5 elemental sharp metal sword was its sharpness. It could cut through everything. On the other hand, the 5 elemental green wood sword was endlessly growing. Just like cultivating the 5 elemental sharp metal sword, Chu-Mu swung the sword again and again until his power was exhausted. He then sat down cross-legged and continued to recover. After he had fully recovered, he began to cultivate the 5 elemental flowing water sword. The rules of order of 5 elements operated. The rules of order of water shone brightly and fluctuated violently. It poured into the heaven/sword. The deep blue light filled the heaven/sword with a mysterious aura. As he slashed out, the blue sword light raged. Between the fluctuations, there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. It gave people a feeling that it was endless. When it slashed the wall of the pagoda, the blue light shattered like water ripples and turned into sputtering bits. The following sword light followed and flowed out continuously. It seemed gentle, but it was actually very tough. The 5 elemental flowing water sword was different from the 5 elemental green wood sword. He cultivated tirelessly. When his power was exhausted, he would recover and continue to cultivate. This time, it was to cultivate the raging inferno sword. The rules of order of fire shone brightly and poured into the heaven/sword. It was as if a raging fire was burning, and the scorching aura fluctuated. As he slashed out, the fiery red sword light was filled with a violent and scorching aura. It blasted out like a ball of fire. After it hit the wall of the pagoda with a bang, the fiery red sword light shattered. However, the power that erupted in an instant was incomparably tyrannical. The 5 elemental blazing sword was characterized by its high temperature and instantaneous explosive power. It was as if all the power was blended into a ball and released in an instant, causing great destruction. The last one to cultivate was the 5 elemental thick earth sword. The rules of order of earth grew stronger and poured into the heaven/sword. Suddenly, a brown light gathered on the heaven/sword. There was no bright light. There was only a deep and restrained color, as if it had solidified. Chu-Mu only felt the sword in his hand sink. Its weight seemed to have increased by thousands of times. As he slashed out, a heavy aura filled the air. The brown sword light was like a mountain, a thick earth, crushing everything. The terrifying power was stable and solidified, suppressing everything. Each of the 5 ordinary lost arts had its own uniqueness. None of them were weak. It was worth Chu-Mu's time to cultivate. As the days passed, Chu-Mu continued to cultivate the 5 lost arts. Every time his power was exhausted and recovered, there would be a slight improvement. Finally, Chu-Mu's chi cultivation and physique cultivation broke through as he wished. He was now at the peak of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. I have finally reached the peak. Next, I'll consolidate it for a few days. Then, I'll go for the 4th Nirvana realm. Chu-Mu thought to himself. He continued to cultivate. After a few days, his cultivation was completely consolidated. Chu-Mu was also ready to go for the 4th Nirvana realm. Previously, he did not have much Nirvana chi left from the Nirvana realm. However, the spatial rings of the 8 heavenly guards of the Li family, the 3rd commander of the Li family and Wei Yang, who was the earliest, all had Nirvana chi. Although each of them did not have much Nirvana chi, together with what Chu-Mu had left, it was just enough for him to go for the 4th Nirvana realm. There were 9 levels in the Nirvana realm. The 1st to 3rd levels were the lower levels, the 4th to 6th levels were the middle levels, and the 7th to 9th levels were the upper levels. The difference between the lower, middle, and upper levels was very obvious. It was much bigger than the difference between the 1st and 2nd levels. This was because in the lower levels of the nirvana realm, the main nirvana realm was the body. Through repeated nirvana realms, a near-perfect body would be formed, which was more beneficial for cultivation. In the middle levels of the nirvana realm, it was the dantian. Through the reorganization of the nirvana realm, a powerful and perfect dantian would be formed. It was also a great help for future cultivation. As for the upper levels of the nirvana realm was the soul. The nirvana realm of the soul was the most dangerous. If one was not careful, one's soul would collapse and disappear between heaven and earth. Therefore, many nirvana realm swordsmen would only cultivate to the 7th level of the nirvana realm. They did not have the confidence to continue the nirvana realm. They generally understood that with their talent, they would not be able to endure the 8th level of the nirvana realm, let alone the 9th level. Many martial saints were actually cultivators at the 7th level of the nirvana realm. Because the soul at the 6th level of the nirvana realm had not transformed, they could not break through to the eternal realm. Chu Mu began the 4th nirvana realm.